Okay, people, excuse me, I was having some bandwidth issues, and I had to restart the stream with some more modest settings, shall we say. It doesn't seem to be as bad as the last time I got bandwidth issues, but I didn't want you guys to have to go with like a really jerky movement of the stream, so I just chose to lower it a little bit. It's not full screen anyway, so I don't think that should be causing too many issues. It's neither full screen, and the frame rate is only 30 in this game anyway, so I don't think lowering the bitrate should compromise the image quality too much, but that should improve stability at least. Let's just put it that way. Anyway, this is Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Part 9 of our blank playthrough for the 3DS. We're getting closer to the end. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. This is it, the trial of the Great Witch Bazella, and the last of these witch trials. After this, it's all over. Meanwhile, my client has checked out completely. It's like she's hypnotized. Espella, what the heck is going on? Well, she's not checked out completely. I don't think that's a fair assessment, because sometimes she seems to be back to normal. They even put up a special courtroom outside the town square to house the massive audience. This is the big one. Looks like we've got no choice but to hang in there until the professor gets here with that final clue. Alright, let's do this, Maya. The time of the crime. The storyteller finished speaking to the crowds at the town square in the evening. That's when the Great Witch appeared. I still cannot forget the sound of that terrible incantation. It was undoubtedly that girl's voice. We ran towards the tower as soon as we saw her, keeping our eyes on her to make sure she didn't escape. We split into two groups at the entrance, one group to guard it, the other to chase down the witch. I was in the first group. I was one of the pursuers. I ran into the tower and caught the witch. You? There was no one but us at the crime scene. We captured the girl. There was nowhere for anyone to hide there. There was no other witch, I'm sure of it. I was guarding the entrance and heard the door locked. The door? That's right, young one, the fateful bell tower. The fateful incident. We saw them with our own fateful eyes. Wordsmith. What did I do? The man goes. Okay, present the blah 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 blah. Right, excuse me. I suppose that can again be summed up by saying, you all did the best you could. The vigilantes were the first to arrive at the crime scene. Their testimony is credible. It does seem so, and if what they say is indeed true, it would be decisive proof of the accused's guilt. Our opponent is a witch, the Great Witch to be exact. Things probably aren't as simple as they seem. If you think so, feel free to look for any cracks in their testimony, if there are any, and if you're up to it. Defender, you may begin the interrogation. The time of the crime. The storyteller finished speaking to the crowds at the town square in the evening. That's when the Great Witch appeared. I still cannot forget the sound of that terrible incantation. It was undoubtedly that girl's voice. We ran towards the tower as soon as we saw her, keeping our eyes on her to make sure she didn't escape. We split into two groups at the entrance, one group to guard it, the other to chase down the witch. I was in the first group. I was one of the pursuers. I ran into the tower and caught the witch. There was no one but us at the crime scene. The captured the girl. There was nowhere for anyone to hide there. What about where the bell is?
Objection!
The eyes of the whole town were on the bell tower and the entrance was locked. Witches may be able to make themselves invisible, but they can't physically disappear. Which means it's not unreasonable to suggest that escaping from the bell tower was nearly impossible. However, hiding themselves after the incident is a different story. That's the sketch of the bell tower, isn't it? Most fascinating. Well, Defender, how about you show us? Enlighten us as to where exactly the witch could have hidden. Well, I was thinking that at the top where the bell is. Okay, they call it the belfry. In my idea, a belfry is the whole tower with lots of bells at the top.
Got it!
But I guess in English, maybe that's a bit different. She hit here, of course, at the very top of the bell tower. Objection! May seem like a plausible place to hide. However, that part of the bell tower is inaccessible to anyone. Even to a witch? The stairs don't go up as far as the belfry.
Objection!
High Inquisitor Darklaw, we're talking about a witch here. A witch can do lots of things that are impossible to us with the use of magic. If you were a true knight of the court, you'd show us evidence rather than trying to justify your vague theories with the use of magic. Well, excuse me. Arg! She kinda has a point, Nick. How else could someone get to the top of the bell tower? There has to be a way. Was it magic or something a little more plausible? Whatever it was, I need proof. Keep probing the witnesses, I guess. It's getting late, I can see no point in dwelling on this. Defender, you may continue the interrogation.
Hold it!
And what if there was another one? A witch could have used magic to remain unseen. Sorry to disappoint you, but no one used any magic at that time, and what makes you so sure, yeah? Unless you're a witch yourself? To cast a spell, a witch needs to say that spell's incantation, and we heard no incantations, nor any other suspicious noises. That made some people react by the sound of it.
Hang on!
He's spinning again. Well, I don't know. Excuse me, Mr. Wordsmith. I do not know anyone by that name. Yeah. Anyway, would you like to comment on Mr. Treadon's testimony? I see you have nothing to say. He's in Greenfield mode again. Do not rush to conclusions, young one. I am on the Greenfield, skyclad, watching petals dancing in the wind. What's he been smoking? Yep, I knew you'd say that. And yet a single shaft of light that shone through the dark abyss of my memory. I heard something in the bell tower, and when we went... Oh, excuse me, I keep yawning. When we went to apprehend the witch. What did you hear? Was it an incantation? No, it wasn't an incantation. Nevertheless, it sounded like a woman's voice. Mr. Wordsmith, this is extremely important information. Please add this to your testimony. Yes, I shall do that. It's best that I tell you about it now before I forget again. Okay. As the defender requested, you will now testify about the sound you heard. I recall hearing a woman's voice, a faint, delicate sobbing no less. Shall I press this one? You heard a woman sobbing. Yes, sobbing, or perhaps wailing. Eek. She sounded a bit like hinges in need of some grease. Boy, his falsetto packs a serious punch. Okay, I did not say it in falsetto, but... And there was another noise too. Clack, 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 clack. It was a pleasant sound, rather like that of wooden cogs in motion. That may have been a trapdoor in the ceiling, and the ladder coming down. No? And another sound. A clink clank of chains creaking. We've come a long way from the sound of a woman crying. Ow, I remember now. A woman's scream. It was likely the contraptions. What contraption? On second thought, I heard it too. I remember a certain wailing, creaking noise flowing through the air. And when did you hear it? We ran to the bell tower, and I think it was when we arrived at the entrance. Indeed, only the quickest of us got there in time to hear it. Mr. Wordsmith is a fast runner. Gotta be honest, Nick, I never saw that coming. I think it might speak more for the slowness of the other vigilantes. Anyway, we've got a new piece of info. The vigilantes heard some noises resembling machinery in the tower. I wonder what was making all those eeks and clinks and clacks. Was there any machinery up in that bell tower? Now's the perfect time to present something that may have some connection to those noises. Looks like they're all saying pretty much the same thing, but there was another witch in the bell tower, if only it was easier to prove. Yeah, okay, let's keep our eyes peeled for any witnesses acting suspiciously, but I think I've got it. Not him, not him, not her, not him. Not him. This?
Objection!
One of them was saying something about a contraption. The defense has a theory regarding the source of those strange sounds. It was most likely this. This mechanism is on the middle floor of the bell tower. That reminds me, there was some contraption up there, unlike anything I'd seen before. That's right, Chief, we never touched it though. How about we try operating that contraption to see what it does? We might just be able to reproduce the sound that Mr. Lottelands heard at the crime scene. That would explain why the trial had to take place outside. So that they can perform experiments on the tower or something? Okay, excuse me. I'll be right back, people. Here we go. Here we go. You might be on to something. But it was I who testified about it before that young man. I talked about it too. Well, you've got my curiosity. Let's see you set that contraption in motion. My lord, just leave it to me. Get ready, everyone. Prick up your ears. Well, that did make noise. That's it. That's the very same sound I heard. Oh, it is. That's what I heard as well. Yes, that's it. As you've all seen, or rather heard, it's clear that device was operating shortly after the incident. This doesn't change the fact that we know nothing about what that contraption does. Your demonstration hasn't led us to any valuable conclusions.
Objection!
Remember our demonstration a little while ago? Demonstration, are you referring to that silly contraption?
Objection!
That contraption serves a very specific function. The plan of the bell tower shows no stairs leading up to the belfry. Now, if you think about it in relation to the plan, it's obvious that this contraption is for... What that contraption is for? It's a mechanism enabling access up to the belfry. What? Is that what it is? Order! Order! Another witch was in the bell tower when the incident happened. And the reason she wasn't discovered is because she used that contraption to reach the belfry and hide up there.
Objection!
Hold your horses, Defender. You seem oblivious to the contradiction in your reasoning. What do you mean? I'm talking about your little demonstration earlier. Yes, the device was set in motion and made some strange noises. And yet... that's all it did. That's right, nothing else happened. If it was a device for accessing the top of the tower, then why didn't it take us there? Ergo, that contraption is of no relevance to this case. If it's of no relevance to this case, then why is it that there's a thing in it with a little pendant? What about the pendant?
Objection!
Yeah, she said something about there being no other witch. It's too early to say that, High Inquisitor. And why is that? Sure, our demonstration didn't show it, but maybe the device didn't work because it wasn't used correctly. What? Why do you think so? My reasoning is simple. Let's just say it would be troublesome if just anyone could go up and sound that bell. So it's reasonable to assume that access to the belfry would be restricted. In other words, that a special key would be needed. A key that we were accused of trying to steal. And I think I know just what that key is. Before I ask you to present evidence, I'd like you to summarize your theory. You believe that there was another witch in the bell tower at the time of the incident? And that this witch used a contraption within the tower to make her way up to the belfry and hide there. Your whole theory rests solely upon that contraption. If it doesn't allow access to the belfry, then your reasoning is completely wrong. I'm sure you know what that would mean for Espilla. Your mistake would seal her fate. Yes, I'm aware of that. Alright, then the defense shall prove its theory. Show us this key needed to operate the contraption in the bell tower. Well, the pendant. I said so.
Take that!
The key to the contraption is this pendant. That belongs to the accused, doesn't it? That's right, we found it at the crime scene. Now, if we take a look at the bottom part of this contraption, there's a depression here about the exact same size of the pendant. Oh yes, I remember it. A hole in the shape of that pendant. But I don't get it. Why would that pendant be the key to the bell tower? I don't know either, at least not for now, but the point is, it definitely is. With this pendant, we should be able to operate a contraption and access the belfry. Well then, the court will grant the defense a chance to prove its assertion. However, you shall be given one chance only. It's a puzzle? Are you ready, Defender? Make sure you are prepared for the consequences of a mistake. This will be your only chance. If it doesn't work, that will be the end of it. Yes, I'm ready. I've got to be right about this. Good. To be honest, this looks like a puzzle. I wish the professor was here. This is totally his field of expertise. Are you ready, Nick? Should we give it a try? Yeah, it's got to work. Spella's fate depends on this. Talk about pressure. I gotta stay calm. Puzzle 64. Pendant-like light is reflected by the blue gems on the circumference of the gears of the machine. Each gear will rotate 90 degrees when turned. Rotate the gears to align the blue gems and redirect the light. The large central gem will only reflect light when in the vertical position, and when rotated, light must hit the red gems on either side at the same time. I think it's something that I'm gonna have to experiment with before I actually understand what I'm supposed to do. Okay, Nick, let's give this thing a shot. A beam of light, of course, this must be the key. That light is just begging to be pointed at one of those red gems. You're right, still, it looks like there's some kind of trick to the whole thing. A trick? Yeah, think about it, there are two gems, I bet we have to light them both simultaneously. Looks like we're gonna have to do it with only this single beam of light too. What, are you sure we can pull that off? I have no clue, but we've got no choice but to try. All we have to do is move the gears and bounce the light off those blue gems. Alright, no time for the jitters, Nick. We've gotta make this work for Espella. This one, it seems I can't move. Did you see that? It lit up for like a second. Yeah, it did, but that was only one gem. What gives? Nothing's happening. What exactly did you expect? The gems must be lit simultaneously. He seems well informed. But there's only one light, it's impossible. Indeed, now then I believe we have our answer. It is as you say, impossible. Oh. Wait a second, let me try just one more time. That will not be necessary, your time is up, or have you already forgotten? You were given only one chance to back up your claim. No way! Wait, what? Game over? Wait, what? In the end, the defense has failed to prove its theory. She knew what it was, how it was supposed to work, Your Honor. And she didn't help. The contraption cannot be operated with the pendant, but the pendant fits right into the mechanism. There's no way that's a coincidence, but still, no matter how much I try, it seems impossible to direct the light on both gems simultaneously. Let me do it! It seems your foolish experiment wasn't too much of a waste of time. Huh? While you were tinkering with that contraption, the accused regained consciousness. Oh, Espella. Is she okay? Well, despite seeming a bit confused, she's in better shape now. Although I wouldn't describe her situation as okay, quite the opposite in fact. Don't tell me you've forgotten your agreement with the judge. You failed to prove your theory and so the accused's fate has been decided. Objection! There's nothing I can say to that. Yes, objection! Attendants, bring in the accused.
Accused, the trial has reached its conclusion in your absence. The court shall now announce its verdict.
The verdict.
You are the Great Witch, and your true name is Bezella. This evening, a terrible crime took place. You killed your father, the Storyteller, using the spell
Storyteller.
Grandworm.
Grandworm.
Does the accused have anything to say?
Yes, I am Bezella, the one that brought calamity upon this town. And my memories are proof of this. I remember the legendary fire in which this town was burned to the ground. And this day, several hours ago, I summoned a fire dragon and took my own father's life. There is no doubt that the Great Witch is a part of me.
It's just another part of me.
I understand.
Another part of me. I understand. No, Espella, you can't. Don't say that. You're under a spell. Don't give up just yet. Fool. Oh, what? You've been fighting a battle in this court. You have come here with your logic, finding contradictions to astound everyone. It was your battle, not hers. So how can you be telling her not to give up when you have already dropped your sword? If you are a true knight of the court, you will fight your battle to the end. Why is she telling me this? It almost sounds like she's encouraging me. Is she waiting for something?
No, it's okay, Mr. Wright. Ever since I was little, I can only remember being all alone.
But you're not alone. You are not alone. This is just a big Michael Jackson album, this game.
But that's not really true. There were people who were dear to me and memories that I cherished. At least, I think there were. But I've already lost all that. They were taken from me the moment I became Bezella.
Poor Isabella.
Since then, I started working at Aunt Patty's bakery. I met Mr. Wright, Maya, Mr. Layton, and Luke. The four of you did all you could to help me. I am truly happy to have met you, but blame for the Great Witch's crimes rests solely on my shoulders. So let's put an end to this now. Bezella must not remain in this town. Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Spella. Well then, it's time for the final verdict. Think, Phoenix, think! Isn't there anything I can do? I just need something. Anything that could offer even a single glimmer of hope in this darkness of despair. There's gotta be something, right? Raise an objection.
Objection!
Your Honor, please hold off the verdict with the verdict. What's that, Defender? Ready to strike the hammer. It's too early to pass a final judgment on Espella. What? Explain yourself. You said earlier that the trial has reached its conclusion. But there's something we have yet to examine. What are you suggesting? Do you mean to say you have some new evidence? But surely there can't possibly be any new evidence at this late stage. Very well, Defender. We shall play along with you just one more time. Now show us this evidence that we haven't yet seen. The new crucial piece of evidence is... well, the only place we haven't really looked, I guess, is on Espella's person. There's only one place where it can't be. It's in Espella's possession. I have it? I saw it for a second. Something there that she shouldn't have. An item that contradicts what we've heard. My gut feeling tells me that that item is the key to this whole case. Most interesting. I shall enjoy watching you hopelessly struggle through this like a fish caught in a net. Now, Defender. Ah, the bracelet looks like the pendant. The bracelet that she has. But it's right there, Your Honor. It's a 2D image. Because she doesn't blink when you look at her like that, and that's why it's not high resolution.
Got it!
Espella, can I see the bracelet on your left hand? Yes, certainly, if you'd like. It's actually a pendant, you know. But the strap got torn somehow when I was up in the bell tower. That's why I have had it around my wrist since, well, just before this trial started. But this pendant looks exactly the same as the one we already have here. Wait a minute, what's all this? We confiscated her pendant at the crime scene. Why is she wearing it now? I don't get it, it's giving me a headache. That's because there are 2 pendants. Use them both on the mechanism! So I was right. Yeah, you're Phoenix Wright. I have another question about this pendant. Espella, do you remember when exactly the strap broke? I'm trying to remember, but no, I can't. I know it was still fine when we parted ways, but in other words, she has no memory of it. She doesn't remember when it broke or when she tied it to her wrist. That's certainly bizarre, I must say. Your pendant has already been submitted as evidence.
Objection!
And yet Espella still has her pendant. That's a fact we can all attest to, which means there must have been 2 pendants to begin with.
Objection!
Really? So there are 2, and, well, they were each worn by a witch. The accused was caught red-handed at the crime scene. Whether this pendant is hers or not, it doesn't change anything. It changes the fact that there was someone else. Excuse me. She was caught red-handed by us, the vigilantes. This pendant proves something crucial to this case. It can't be more crucial than us catching her at the crime scene. The second pendant wasn't dropped by Espella, so as the defense already suggested, one more person was at the crime scene. What? Order! Order! Accused, submit your pendant as evidence this instant. Yes, my lord. Nick? If we have 2 pendants to work with, maybe we can see if that strange contraption will work this time. Now it makes sense. That must be why it didn't work before. Your Honor, the defense would like to try operating the mechanism in the bell tower one more time. What? Why now? The contraption didn't work before because we only had 1 pendant. But both pendants are needed to operate it properly. Foolishness, try as many times as you like, it's no use. Hi, Inquisitor Dark Law, you know this is a waste of time. If it's not going to work anyway, why not let the Defender see for himself? Defender, if you think you can operate the contraption with 2 pendants, then I suggest you go ahead and try it, unless it has already dawned upon you that such a plan is futile. The defense shall be given one more chance to verify its theory upon the aforementioned contraption. Let us now make our way to the bell tower. This is going to be your last try, I know. Think I don't know that? I know. Are you not terrified? The life of the accused rests in your shaky hands. We won't be having any more "let me try again, please your honors." Besides, you must be aware that this puzzle may well be unsolvable. I wouldn't have been able to solve the puzzle like this before arriving here in Labyrinthia. But now I'm sure I can take on any puzzle, and it's all thanks to you, Presser. You taught me that every puzzle has a solution. I have everything I need now. What do you say, Maya? Should we hurry up and get started? He called her Maya in front of the Inquisitor. Well, she probably knows anyway. Two beams. No? Bum, bum, bum. I don't know if the blue one is the one that has to hit the crystal on the left or not. Hitting the one on the right with the pink beam seems to be easy enough, but okay, as it is here, I wouldn't be able to reflect the beam back the other way, so probably has to be like that. I wonder if I can get the blue beam to come and reflect on this one. Because I think if it went at a 45-degree angle down that way, it would hit this one and reflect into the one on the left. Unless it is indeed the pink beam that I have to reflect the other way. But it doesn't seem like I can get the pink beam to do much else besides reflecting of these first three crystals and then this one that you can't move. And then once that happens, it goes down that way and then you can't really do anything with it anymore. So it doesn't seem like that's another possibility. No. Hey, it's complicated. What do you know? Yeah, that's a bit pointless, isn't it? The way I'm doing it. Oh, wait! I got it! By accident, but I got it. No? Well, that's it, isn't it? What? Is that not what you're supposed to do? Ah, okay. Okay.
Your Honor, there is a clear contradiction in this puzzle. This ace attorney just aced this puzzle.
Ha ha. Success. As the red gems shine with an intense light, the larger gem on the pillar begins to emit a glaring light. I'm sure I did it right. Nothing's happening. The sound. This is... What an astounding contraption. What do we have here? It's still no comparison to the incomparable astoundingness of Mother Nature. Ooh, I'd like to climb up those stairs. I like being on the top. Please. Don't. We shall escort you. I'm gonna tell you. What? Okay, Nick. Let's go see what's upstairs. Well, the bell.
Nick, isn't this bell?
Yeah, I think you're right. That's the bell that was taken from underground. The bell of ruin. The bell that must not be sounded.
Let's sound it.
Nick, there's someone hiding behind the bell.
It's you. Now that's the last person I expected to find here. Miss Kira.
Burn her for real this time. Yes, I'd like to save, please. Chapter 8. It's so quiet in here, there's not a sound to be heard. Let's be very careful though, Luke. The puzzle we just dealt with is not necessarily the only one in place here. Right you are, Professor. Let's proceed with caution. I don't quite understand what good it does to have a tower this high. Without this lift, it appears as if reaching the very top would be quite impossible. Coin! Coin! That's 3. Ba ba ba. Bum 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 bum. Okay, 3 out of 3. It won't let me go back to previously visited areas, would it? Okay, if that's how it will be, then. Puzzle time. Is this what I think it is? It looks like a lift. Indeed it does. It looks a lot like the kind of lift with which we are well acquainted. Okay, excuse me. But we haven't seen anything else like this since we arrived in Labyrinthia. Yes, quite. In truth, I didn't think machinery of this sort existed here. I wonder what it's using as a source of power. Well, since there seems to be no other way up, does that mean we get to ride it? Indeed, that would seem to be the most logical course of action. I must say I find the presence of such a device most intriguing, but we can't stand around pondering such things now. There will be time for that later. Onwards and upwards, my boy. Monica, hey, hello there. How's it going? I am good, thank you. Still not quite back in the same rhythm of sleep as normal, but getting there, slowly but surely. How about you, though? How have you been? We can't stand around pondering such things now. There will be time for that later. Onwards and upwards, my boy. Right then, let's go. I know I keep saying this, Luke, but bear in mind that we must proceed with caution. I'm with you on that one, Professor. You just woke up? You went to sleep late? Professor, we've stopped. What's going on here? Are we trapped? No, I don't believe so, Luke. Although I do get the feeling that something is about to happen. Something, Professor? What do you mean by something? Luke, stand close to me. Okay. Puzzle time. Puzzle 65, Tower of Teller. A stone statue stands before you. Beneath it lies a panel with what appears to have once been a crest of some kind, now a disjointed mess. Move the panels by touching the arrows that connect them and rearrange the pieces so that the crest is correctly displayed. Okay. What appears to have once been a crest of some kind. Complete the crest. Be careful as there's a limit to the number of times you can move pieces. Okay. Oh yeah, so I guess you haven't had anything to eat yet then, Monica, if you say you just woke up. I took too many moves. Okay. Yeah, turns remaining 4 indeed. Okay. I think that's it this time. Okay. Well, yeah, I imagine you would need to, indeed.
I've already seen the answer.
Can't go without food.
Okay, puzzles are there to be solved.
Oh, excuse me. I'm probably gonna be yawning quite a bit. Correct. He can sense the approaching presence of a formidable foe in the shadows. Whoa, we've started moving again. It would seem this entire lift is in itself another puzzle, but in place to protect whatever it... something. I don't believe we're in the clear just yet. This may take a while. We've stopped again. Another stage of the puzzle? Indeed that would appear to be the case. I'll take on this one, Professor. Alright, but don't overexert yourself. We'll need to work together to solve the rest of this puzzle. Roger that. Yeah, Luke. It's another crest. 4 turns again. Well, there's no need for an explanation, right? Okay. I think I did, but it's just not very good quality sleep because I keep waking up. That's the problem, I think. I mean, I slept. I spent probably 11 hours in bed, but I maybe only slept 7. I don't know. Because I kept waking up and then having trouble falling back to sleep again. I think I know. Like this. And then like this. Okay, there we go. Got it, first try. No? Wait, what? That's not the right pattern? What's going on? Or maybe the other way around? But no, that's the same pattern I was just making. No, that's not the right one. Okay. Or what, like that? Okay, my mistake.
I've already seen the answer.
I looked up earlier today the episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog with Ramsey's song in it in French to see if the song would be different or if it would have different lyrics or something. I'm disappointed. It's exactly the same. I mean, it's good. That's not what I'm getting at, but it's the English version. They didn't bother translating it. That's slightly disappointing to me. Correct, you've come a long way. Keep it up. But that means that kids would not be able to understand what it says. Kids watching this. And that's a shame. We're still not there yet, are we? Just how far is this lift going to take us? It's the same for the Danish one. It's in English too. But I think maybe Danish kids would be able to understand it though, because you're generally better at English than the kids here, I think. Because kids here are spoiled with dubs all over the place. Like you couldn't ask a kid to watch something in English. I think they wouldn't want to make the brain gymnastics to understand. While I didn't know what it said, it was a banger. Yeah. But now you do, though. Now you do. The world will never be the same again. Not necessarily, you think? I was under that impression, but you would know better than me, I guess. A false impression, then. You've stopped again. It's just that our kids are absolutely bad at foreign languages because they don't get exposed to them enough. Maybe the new generation is a bit different in that regard, but my generation, the people in my generation are bad with English, really bad, in general anyway. I was lucky to grow up with English around me from a young age. So it's not necessarily the case for most people then, in your country. You're the exception, like me, you think? Well, then allow me to take on this one. $67. A stone statue stands before you. Beneath it lies a panel with what appears to have once been a crest of some kind, now a disjointed mess. Excuse me. Move the panels by touching the arrows that connects them, and rearrange the pieces, etc., etc. Six turns remaining. I think this is a mistake. I wasted some turns, I think. Yeah. I would need one more. Most of my classmates in school were what was considered below average. Ah, okay. I see now. Okay, I'm pretty sure I have to do this, then this, then this. I think I've got it this time. Okay, I got it.
I've already seen the answer.
They do drop in a pathetic fashion.
Ah, the joy of solving puzzles.
Ah, the joy of solving puzzles. Excellent. It's a lot better nowadays since, well, kids are chronically online. Well, that's what I think too. And, well, I think
you're probably right, Luke.
media in English is more readily available to kids probably these days. Yeah, both good and bad, yeah. I mean, back in my days, you couldn't just turn on English language at the press of a button, you know, on your TV.
At last.
We had movies on VHS, which typically came in one language on it. So you were stuck with what language you bought your stuff in. And usually what it would be your native language, if it was available, and it always was available. Different time, different culture, different habits, I guess.
This is certainly different. There are flowers and plants everywhere.
It's a beautiful garden indeed.
Wheel over there.
It is a beautiful place.
This evening breeze is a little chilly. So, is this the storyteller's garden then?
I think that's probably a safe assumption, Luke. Judging by the abundance of water and rose bushes, it's being well taken care of. I'd be inclined to say the tower seems more akin to a castle.
Who'd have imagined we'd end up in a beautiful place like this? Let's investigate.
Let's investigate. Okay. One coin. One. Look, Professor, a hang coin on the moon. I'll use the mouse pointer. That might be easier. It's so high up, though. Must be cold all day. I would imagine it would be, yeah. I found 2 coins so far. What do we have here? I bet Espella sure must have had quite the comfortable life back when she used to live here. Well, I don't know. It's true that it's a beautiful place, but it's kind of cut off from the rest of the world, though, so... This must be where the water that surrounds the tower is turned into mist, right, Professor? I wonder if this is what is creating a veil of mist over the garden. Can you see how many hint coins are in each scene? If it lets me go back out of the scene, then yes. Because the screen will tell me. Okay, there are 3 in this one. The most any given scene had so far was 5, I think. But most have 3. No less. There it is, okay. Got it. This building is really something else. I guess this part must be the storyteller's house. Espella must have lived here when she was younger. A beautiful garden is pretty lonely when you're all alone. Exactly, yeah. I mean, you can have the most beautiful place in the world. Well, all by yourself, though. I guess you would have a hard time appreciating it, I suppose. Indeed, this must have been her family home. Her family. I wonder if she had any plans to ever come back here. No matter where she goes or what she does, family is family. This will always be her home. I'd say it's highly likely that she would wish to come back here someday. I suppose so, even if her family was only the 2 of them. The relationship between Espella and her father may well prove to be an important clue. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. Huh? What's the matter, Luke? It's nothing, I'm probably seeing things, but for a moment there I thought I saw something moving at the top of the tower. Sorry, it must have just been my imagination. Let's go inside, Professor. Okay, there's another location we can go to. This appears to be a child's room. It certainly looks that way. From its condition, I'd say it hasn't been used for some time. Presumably, it was used by Espella as a child. Right. So this is where Espella grew up. Something pretty big must have happened to make her leave home so young. I wonder how Espella and the storyteller used to get on together. Well, didn't she say that they grew more distant to one another over time? Because he was more consumed by the story he was trying to write? I think it was something to that effect. Espella is a young lady of strong conviction and a kind heart. I'm certain that's because she grew up within a fine home environment. In other words, I'm sure she and her father must have spent some quality time here together. Yeah, I have a feeling you're right about that. For Espella, this place must be full of precious memories. I almost feel we're intruding, coming in here like this. But Luke, we have no choice if we wish to save Espella. Yes, I suppose that's true. When you put it like that, I guess she wouldn't mind even if she knew. Okay, probably 3 coins here again. Little cushion. Teddy bear! 2. You know what? I want some tea now. That might do me some good. Ah, there's the 3rd, okay. Wait, what? Hey, look at all those stuffed animals and toys. Whoever made these stuffed animals appears to have put quite their heart and soul into the craftsmanship. Yeah, looks like someone is on the bed indeed. You can zoom in. And then it's just a doll. I mean, it's a human-shaped outline, but... Crikey! Professor, behind that curtain, there's someone there. What did I say? It was a doll. The mysterious figure turned out to be... just a doll. Phew, what? That's a relief. My heart was in my mouth. Espella must have played with this doll as a child. She has a Little Red Riding Hood kind of a vibe to her. I'll put the kettle on and check if I still have some tea. I think I must have some left, but I'm craving some at the moment. Yes. Tea bags, tea bags. I don't know. Here it is. Silly. Okay. Okay, excuse me. Couldn't find my tea strainer. Alright. Hey, what's this? Look, Professor, there's a child's picture book here. The title is The First Story. It would appear to be a handmade children's picture book. Ah, the father started writing the story for his daughter. Is that what it is? That's how it started? He wanted to create a magical world for his daughter to make her happy, and then it turned into a nightmare progressively. I wonder if it was written especially for Espella. It may well have been. Evidently, a great deal of loving care has been put into the writing and illustrations. There was a bad witch in the town. All of the carrots in the field disappeared and all the money in the bank was turned into pumpkins. That's funny. That's not horrible, that's funny. The people of the town had to put up with all kinds of mischief from the witch. They didn't know what to do. Then one day a brave young girl appeared and said to the townsfolk, "When the witch uses witchcraft, she always uses a big stick, doesn't she? So if we take away her stick, we'll be able to stop her." After hearing this, the people of the town set a trap for the witch and managed to capture her. At her trial, the bad witch said this to the people. "Even now, the legendary great witch Bazilla is living here in this town. Bazilla is the queen of all the witches. She is the one who gives us witches life." The townsfolk punished the witch, and peace was restored to the town once more. Well, she was cast away. That's why she lives in the woods. To this day, Bezella is still hiding somewhere in the town. But the brave townsfolk will not be beaten by the bad witches. Who would have thought there would be a fairy tale about Bezella? She's a mysterious character, alright. Tell me, Luke, why do you think the author chose to write about Bezella in a children's picture book? Huh? Well, maybe to make their child behave? Something like, if you don't do as you're told, Bezella will come and get you. Yes, indeed, that is a possibility. Still, I have to wonder, why is it that some lowly witch was caught and not the great Bezella herself? Well, I suppose it is a bit strange. Not a very good book. Reminds me of the book in the Resident Evil Village, you know? Because it's about a little girl, it's about monsters, and someone is telling that story to a little baby. Doesn't it seem that way? A little bit. If Bezella herself had been caught, the story could have been brought to a more conclusive ending. Do you think there's some other reason? It's certainly a possibility. I don't suppose there are any other handmade picture books in the room apart from this one. Quite like that fairy tale, honestly. Well, the one from Resident Evil Village? Handmade picture books. I don't see any. I guess that must be the only one. Which would imply this book has some special significance. I guess so, after all, it is handmade. I bet she really treasured it. Yeah, from RE8, yeah. Do you think it was the storyteller who wrote this book? The handwriting does seem very similar to that of the story. This book appears to have been written with a touch more care and attention, but I imagine it was the storyteller who wrote it. Okay, if I don't take off the tea, it will be too bitter for me to drink. It's quite good with lemongrass in it like this. He must have written it as a gift from father to daughter. That actually seems really thoughtful, even if the story itself is a little scary. I'd like to take this book to Espella. Yes, let's do just that, Luke. We must take good care of it. The first story added to items. No puzzles in here. And then there's a little door at the back. The paintings on the wall certainly give this room a rather charming feel. This painting sure does make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside, doesn't it, Professor? And then there's this. I believe we've seen all there is to see here. Let's press on, Luke. What, that's the exit? Ah yeah, you mean to say it goes on, okay. What do you make of this room, Professor? It's not very tidy. This appears to be the very top room of the tower. The parchment lying on the floor here seems very similar to the type on which the storyteller writes his stories. I think we can say with some certainty that this is the storyteller's room. This is the storyteller's room? Imagine he wrote this to her and then it came true. That would have been terrifying, honestly. Yeah. I can't imagine. Maybe it happened out of his control and then he had no choice but to keep writing and writing to try to course correct the things to avoid things getting out of hand, and that's how he became obsessed with it. Feeling responsible, and then he kind of neglected his daughter, I suppose, as a result. He started it as something out of love for his daughter, but then that very thing kind of pushed him to neglect her in the long run. I don't know, we're about to find out, I guess. I was imagining something a bit grander, like a throne room with all kinds of posh decorations. While I agree that it's a little eccentric, it's unmistakably the study of an author. Maybe he wrote a story that was never published? Yeah, I suppose. The stories. I wonder what Espella thought of it all. Her father writing stories for all the townsfolk, I mean. I wonder if she looked forward to seeing the new stories completed, or if the stories were probably a little too mature in content for a young child. Thank you, Layton, for being the voice of reason. I don't imagine the storyteller would have shown Espella many of them. But in that case, surely she can't have had many opportunities to even talk to her father, given how busy he was. Like, he thought the first one was just a fluke, and then wrote something terrible and it came true, and he realized just how terrifying his power was. Yeah, maybe. I guess that means she was pretty lonely. It must have been hard for her, even knowing how important those stories are for the people of the town. But I don't think it's right. No child should be unable to talk with their father. I absolutely agree, Luke. I believe it will be important in the upcoming trial to have an understanding of Espella's feelings towards her father. Professor, knowing you, Luke, I'm sure you must have a lot of things on your mind at the moment. So if there is anything at all that you want to talk about, you will tell me, won't you? Of course I will, Professor. I'm always ready to listen, Luke. Now then, shall we start investigating this room? That's when he started to distance himself from her, trying to correct his wrongs. That's kind of the vibe I was getting, yeah. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory! Exactly. Yeah, coins to find in this place. Is that a goldfish? Must be dead. From the looks of this room, it appears the storyteller is quite the talented artist. Something about this room really makes it feel a lot like the professor's study. The mess, you mean? How messy it is. Number 3. I believe that must be all of them. This room at 3, and this one at 3 as well. Okay. Wow, there sure is quite a bit of light coming through that stained glass window, huh? I wonder if this is actually the topmost part of the tower. What's this? Look, Professor! A photograph! Wait, I didn't think they even had photographs in this town. Yeah, they've been making drawings. They're not of this world. But I've been suspecting that for some time now. Indeed, it's not the kind of thing one would have expected to find here. Too right, I certainly haven't seen any cameras about since we got here. There's no doubt that this is a photo, though. What could that mean? This may be in some way related to the tower being so closely protected. What do you see in the photograph, Luke? There are 2 children, both young girls. You'd think a gentleman would have a tidy study, but apparently all gentlemen has messy studies. Maybe it's like, since nobody is perfect, not even gentlemen, it's the kind of thing you have to accept if you want a gentleman. I don't know. There are 2 children, both young girls. The photo looks quite old, doesn't it? I wonder who they are. But that's Espella and Dark Claw, aren't they? Are they sisters? One of them is surely Espella. There can be little doubt of that. Hey, you're right. And look at that pendant. It's the same one Espella always wears. And they both had one. Okay? The fact that she's continued to wear it ever since shows just how important that pendant must be to her. What about this other girl? Do you think she's a friend of Espella's? Indeed, I'd wager the two of them were rather close friends at that. They do look pretty chummy, alright. See, they even have the same pendant. A glimpse into Espella's past. This may well prove to be an important clue. I would like to ask her about it face to face. Let's borrow it for the time being. I wonder if there are any other clues knocking around. Well, I'd say there's something that you thought you saw this moving earlier is a point worth pursuing. They could be, actually. I don't know, they looked more like drops to me. But maybe, indeed, they have the right shape that if you put them together, they form a whole. Isn't this the last room in the tower? I must have just been imagining things. Not necessarily, Luke. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a way of getting beyond even this room. Let's look around more closely. Right you are, Professor. Picture of two girls, added to items. Like, combine them and it's a full heart? That's a pretty normal friendship pendant after all. Yeah, true. I had a couple of those back in the day. Oh, really? Papers are strewn about the floor. Strange, it doesn't appear as if they've been written on. I know it sounds a bit silly, but let's try not to trample all over these papers, okay, Professor? I think I've seen it all now, though. In this room, I mean. May want to move back one room, I think. Or, never mind. They still tell me to examine the storyteller's room, so... But what? Something here? There's a puzzle. I have one still, actually, not a half a heart, a whole heart that has half a sentence on there. My friend has the other with the last sentence placed next to each other. It's a full sentence. Can't remember what it says, though. What do you remember? Your half, I guess. If you still have it. This is... What is it, Luke? This letter on top of the piano, this was evidence during that trial. That trial, my boy. Yes, the trial about Sir Belduke's death. The trial when you were... you mean when I was turned to gold. In which case, this letter is the one that the storyteller's owl, Hoot, gave us after we last paid him a visit. Hoot. Nope, actually not. Can't remember where it is, but I know I never got rid of it. Okay. Well, yes, it is, but that letter was completely blank, wasn't it? Indeed it was. That was meant to be Sir Belduke's suicide note, which he'd addressed to the storyteller. His suicide note, you say? But Sir Belduke's butler swapped the letter for some plain sheets of parchment before it got delivered. And those blank sheets were given to us by Mr. Hoot, who knew something was strange about them. I see. I certainly missed out on some intriguing developments during my absence. The real suicide note was revealed at the trial, but how has it ended up here? Well, I imagine that's quite simple, Luke. It's likely that after the trial finished, the letter was returned to its rightful owner. It was addressed to the storyteller, after all. Right, I guess that does make sense. I suppose the storyteller finally had a chance to actually read it then. Yes, in fact it would be reasonable to assume that he most likely did so very recently, perhaps even today, while sitting at the piano. Who committed suicide? Who was it again? Well, the storyteller, kind of, I suppose you could say. What on earth was going through his mind here before that final parade? There's something we're not seeing here. We need to investigate this closely, Luke. I know, yeah, they're talking about the Duke in this case, yeah. Because he drank poison, indeed. Yeah. What could it be? Surely this is not a trap of some kind. It's unlikely that a trap would be so obvious. Just a moment. Just a moment. There's some kind of puzzle in this piano. There's always some kind of puzzle. Everywhere. Musical score. Below the stained glass window is written, "When the stars have aligned, the goddess shall pluck a harp, bringing forth her serene song. Rearrange the musical notes to create a lovely melody." Touch a musical note and slide the stylus to move it across the touchscreen. Place a musical note over the desired spot. Okay. Ah, wait a second. Wait, what? When they line up in a certain way, they... Well, that seemed to work, no? I don't know. But I can't listen to it. I don't know. Let's try.
Allow me to show you my puzzle-solving skills.
No. No, that's not it.
An ingenious puzzle, but a tricky one.
Okay, excuse me. Let's try that again then. No, I guess when the harp is in her hands, they have to line up. Yeah, the first two kind of tell you how they're supposed to be, I think. But I think I understand. But because it keeps moving, it's kind of hard to tell. That's actually not a bad idea, yeah. Is my phone recharged though? Ah yes, 100%. Ah, just as a coincidence. Excellent. Okay, I think I get it. Sort of like that, I suppose. Yeah, but it's kind of hard though, because the picture is not taken right as the lines pass through it. It's kind of hard to time it right. Don't know if it worked. Ah, yes it did! Oh! Good timing. Okay, I see. So... 1, 2, 3, then this one, then another one just like it, then one line below, then one above. I think it's exactly right the way it is now. Yeah, it's not really cheating, it's just making it a bit easier on yourself, indeed, yeah.
I've
True.
already seen the answer.
Okay, I got it.
Come
Yay!
what may, puzzles are there to be solved.
Superb, a loud bang rings through the air as the celestial globe adorning the ceiling begins to move. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I left it unsolved?
Disappeared. Could there be another room above this one?
A gentleman leaves no puzzle undone. Look, Professor, a stairway just appeared. Could there be another room above this
I
one?
have a feeling that the rooftop we saw from the garden continues above here.
Oh, I can see what you mean, Professor. It's really dark in here. But moonlight seems to be coming in from up above.
Well, there's no turning back now. The answer to the biggest mystery of all is surely waiting for us ahead.
I think so too, Professor. I wonder what on earth it could be.
The next step in the storyteller's story, if I'm not mistaken.
The next step? But the story has already finished, hasn't it?
Not yet, Luke. It's still a little too soon for the ending.
Alchemist suicide note added to items. I don't like it mentioning suicide notes. Look, Professor, there's a hint coin on the moon. Hey, there he is. He's not dead. He's not dead! He's not dead!
I had a feeling that you, of all people, would make it this far.
It's you!
I thought so. You are still alive.
Professor Layton, I've had enough of your running around, flagrantly contravening the flow of my story. As such, I can no longer ignore your meddling.
Have you lost your mind?
Professor!
Dude!
Thank you, my boy.
Bro, we're trying to save your daughter. It's a puzzle, a battle of wits. That I can do, probably. All that the storyteller writes is destined to come true. Your opponent's attacks are no exception. Memorize the storyteller's tale and deflect your opponent's predetermined moves. Enemy knights will appear in accordance with the storyteller's tale. Memorize the order of their attacks and deflect them using the knight's own moves against them. Okay, that shouldn't be too complicated then. I'm afraid your role in the story ends here, Professor. Now allow me to write the tale of your demise. The knight drew his blade. As the battle came to a close, he raised his blade overhead and delivered the finishing blow. Okay. Overhead, he said. Ah, wait a second. Wait, what? Ah, but I've already got it forgotten, though. Hey, I've already forgotten. I didn't think I would have to remember 4 things. Okay. What? I can't hear it a second time? Ah, no, never mind. I have it here, actually. He drew his blade. He raised his blade overhead and delivered the finishing blow. It's not the text I should have paid attention to, it's more the little animation. I was paying attention to the text! And it's the animation I was supposed to pay attention to. You said it's the story I had to pay attention to. What? I know I need to pick 4. Okay. That was completely wrong. Okay. Let me see. Swing, vertical, thrust. Swing, vertical, thrust, jump. Okay. Well played, Professor, but how would you fare in this tragic tale? A new knight stepped in for his fallen comrade. He slashed quickly, delivering 3 blows before finishing the battle with a 3-hit combination attack. Yeah, that's dumb. I mean, don't tell me that I am supposed to pay attention to the story when all that matters is what's being shown on the touchscreen instead. A 3-hit combination attack. He slashed quickly, delivering 3 blows. Okay. Spin, vertical, slash, slash. Vertical, spin. I got it wrong. Spin, vertical, crap. No. Take a video of it. But I should be able to do it without that though. Spin. Jump. Slash, slash. Jump, spin. Spin. Jump. Slash, slash. Jump, spin. Damn, how violent! Think you worked it out, do you? Let us see if you can predict the ending of this final chapter. The final now drew his sword. As he attacked, he began to vanish into thin air, his movements veiled in the embrace of the shadows. Oh boy! Vertical, spin. Lunge, slash, vertical. Yay! I got it!
I've already seen the answer. That was indeed an intriguing puzzle.
That was indeed an intriguing puzzle. Marvelous, in this game it would seem that the pen is not stronger than the sword.
Professor, behind you! Professor!
Yay! Yeah, my internet is a bit poopy at the moment. Ah, good.
Well, now, that was close.
Yeah!
It's always on Saturdays that it starts acting up like that when I'm trying to stream.
Storyteller, I'm afraid that the power of your pen is no longer absolute.
You never fail to impress me, Professor Layton. Just tell me one thing. What exactly are you trying to achieve?
You could say, I'm trying to lift the veil that hangs over the town.
If that is indeed the case, the answer lies in the final story.
But you're the one writing the final story.
This very
Mumble,
evening,
mumble.
the great witch Bezella will be tried, and all stories will end. You should take your place in the gallery and observe the final trial.
Okay, if you say so. Well, that strainer doesn't really retain all of the tea, I'm afraid. Ah well.
Permit me, if I may, to ask you a question, Mr. Storyteller. Why is it that you are here?
What?
You too should be watching in the gallery, watching as your twisted story unfolds.
My twisted story? What do you mean by that?
That it's twisted?
You must surely be aware that your story has already become twisted. Take our arrival in this town, for instance. Not to mention our being here at this very moment. Neither of these things could have happened in the story you wrote. In other words, what I'm saying is that you are no longer the weaver of the tale.
Ah, he's not wrong. Did he just wink? It is as you say. But I guess he's just blinking. But because of his mask, you can't really tell that he is blinking with both eyes, I guess. Anyway, the story I crafted has indeed been twisted out of proportion by someone else's actions. I'm not surprised that you realized. It seems nothing passes by those sharp eyes unnoticed. You think that maybe Darklaw, if she is Espella's sister, was jealous that the father wrote a story for the younger of the two, and so she tried to take it upon herself to twist the story into something horrible so that her sister could not enjoy it? Does he not know that it's his daughter on trial? But I guess because his other daughter is also involved, maybe he's torn? You think that could be? If indeed the other girl is his daughter, maybe he doesn't want to take sides? I don't know. That is exactly why I decided to write the grand finale, to prevent any further distortion. Do you mean to suggest that by ending the story you could return to this town to its original state? To its original state, you say? I'm afraid that is not the case. I don't know, or maybe they're friends. I'm not sure, though. The entire truth behind Labyrinthia is sealed by a single spell. That's right, the final spell. The final spell, you say? When that spell is invoked, Labyrinthia's true form will become clear to all. What kind of spell is that? It is a spell that has always been hidden within plain view. What's that supposed to mean? Essentially, the final spell is concealed at the start. The final spell is concealed at the start? What on earth are you talking about? I thought you two took it upon yourselves to unravel mysteries, do you not? Do what you will with it. Very well. Now then, I believe there's just one thing that you may wish to hear from me. And what would that be? Firstly, what would you say if I told you that this twisting of your story is leading towards a grand finale quite different to the one you had planned? The start of what? Yeah. Stop being annoyingly cryptic. Sorry. What do you mean? This evening, you supposedly gave up your life to the Great Witch Bezella, did you not? As a result, the person thought to be Bezella is being tried in court at this very moment. Now, if you'll permit me to ask, do you happen to know the name of the accused? Naturally, I wrote the name myself, there can be no question. Of course, the name of the accused is Espela Cantabella. What are you saying? You mean my Espela is... Geez, stop being so mysterious! You sound like a Night Shyamalan character, for crying out loud. The accused at this evening's trial is none other than Espela Cantabella. That can't be. That's preposterous. This is your doing. What have you done, Layton? You ask me what I've done, Mr. Storyteller? I am but the solver of puzzles and mysteries. I do not concern myself with scheming. If you really didn't know. He wrote Bazilla in the story, and everyone thinks that Espela is Bazilla. So naturally, Espela is the one on trial. Of course, if you don't tighten the story and like leave no room open for interpretation by people, the things are gonna start drifting away from your intention. Duh. Why is she the accused? Perhaps you ought to go and see for yourself, Mr. Storyteller, instead of spending your life up in that tower of yours. What kind of parent are you? Do you think it's a good idea to just stand here lamenting your daughter's fate? What's to be done? Think, man! Well, Mr. Storyteller, I will be returning to the court. I'd like to witness this grand finale with my own eyes. Ah yes, before I leave, there is just one thing I'd like to make clear. I do not intend to simply take my place in the gallery and observe the trial. Naturally, there is only one place for me to stand in order to unravel all of these mysteries. You mean to say that you will stand as the defender? Hahaha. Unfortunately, the defender's position is already taken. Moreover, Mr. Storyteller, I am the one who knows the truth. The true identity of the Great Witch Bazilla, that is. How can you know? There is only one place at which I should stand in order to assert such a fact, and that is not on the side of the defense. Surely you can't mean? I anticipate seeing you again soon, Mr. Storyteller. To be continued. Okay, I managed not to drink the bottom of this cup. Strainers are all well and nice, but some of the finer tea still slips through it, though. Do you want to save? Okay. The Last Inquisitor. And this is still not the final chapter, still 2 to go. Court is now once again in session. However, I must say I am quite surprised at this recent turn of events. To see Miss Kira at the witness stand once again, frankly, I cannot believe my eyes. Well, at least now people know that witches cast in the fire don't necessarily die. Need 'em, baby, Nessie Tease Trainer. It's honestly the best I've ever had. Yeah, you showed me before, actually, so I know what you're talking about. I do remember. What? Why is Kira there? Ah, yes, that's true. You may have missed part of the story where we came across her on the street already before. After she created an explosion in part of the town. And that's the person they found at the top of the bell tower. She was hiding up there. That's what the mechanism was for, with the 2 pendants and everything. She was revealed to be up there, so that's why she's on the witness stand now, since they found her at the top of the tower. Meaning that she had to have been there when the incident with the dragon occurred. She has to testify now. You were most certainly sent to the flames as a witch. That's right, I was there, I saw it, she most certainly was. Then how is she still alive? Is it because she's a witch? Can witches not die? What have we been burning them for then? She must have used the mirror and vanished just in time. She also seems out of it. Yeah, she seemed a bit weird like that before as well. I'll say send her straight to the fire. We'll do it ourselves if we have to. Enough! A witch must be in possession of Talia Magica in order to use magic. I hate to disappoint you all, but do you see such a thing on her person? I think not. But she must have. That girl must have used the mirror. Surely you can see that, High Inquisitor. The mirror is a spell able to make someone disappear from sight. It cannot make one vanish entirely, and besides, an investigation conducted by the Knights of the Inquisition has concluded that this girl is not capable of using magic. Listen well, Miss Kira. Your existence alone jeopardizes the very peaceful of Labyrinthia, yet, given the current situation, it is now imperative that you testify to this court regarding what you saw. Objection. Immediately. Objection! That will not be necessary. What? The girl has already been convicted and tried as a witch in a previous trial. What good could come of her testimony?
Objection.
But she was found hiding at the crime scene. I'd say that makes her a very important witness, a witness whose testimony we cannot choose to ignore. High Inquisitor Darklaw, I'm afraid your objection is overruled. You wish to proceed, then. Very well. Let us see just how much of a story this girl is willing to tell the court, shall we? There's no doubt about it. Miss Kira must have escaped through the passage leading under the Chamber of Fire. Although, from the looks of it, the judge doesn't have a clue that escape route even exists. I wish he'd hurry up and get the hint. I'm dying to take this helmet off already. The top of my head really itches. Sorry, Maya. Take that thing off now and we're as good as done. Just hang in there a little while longer. Oh. Very well, witness. You may begin your testimony. Explain to the court how you are standing here in court today and why you are hiding at the crime scene. Will she be able to testify, though? I mean, she is in a bit of a weird state at the moment, so... I am not familiar with this Kira you keep talking about. I came from the Eldritch Woods. I came to this town to summon forth the fire dragon and kill the storyteller. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower next to the vigilantes for my chance. I was only there to carry out my orders. I don't know anything else outside of that. Just tell them that they don't burn! You came here to kill the storyteller? Yes, that was my task.
Objection!
Objection! Objection! Keep in mind, this girl was not the one who summoned the fire dragon in the end. That was the accused. Have you proven that yet? That reminds me, actually. Yes, I was wondering. Grandworm. Summons forth a great fire dragon for the caster to command, responsible for the legendary fire that lit the town ablaze so many years ago. Excuse me. Godor! Godor! Keep in mind, this girl was not the one, etc., etc., etc. As I warned you earlier, there is nothing to be gained from this witch's testimony.
Objection!
Objection! Now, hold on. She was still present at the scene of the crime with the intent to murder the storyteller. The defense insists we be permitted to continue with our cross-examination on those grounds. Darklaw is really trying to weasel her way out of this cross-examination. That means there has to be something there. I must admit, I too am extremely interested in hearing what this witness has to say. Defender, you may begin your interrogation. Well, it's not a very long testimony, is it?
Hold it!
You say you're not familiar with the name Kira? Yes, I've never heard it before. But I say, that is your name, young lady. Honestly, what witchery is this? Is it possible that if they are not supposed to be part of the story anymore, their memories go away? Like, is she supposed to still be alive at all? I have no name. I am simply a resident of the Eldritch Woods, nothing more. Eldritch Woods? The very same woods set to house the souls of the witches sent to the flames? It's more than the souls. Or actually, maybe it's the other way around. It's just their soulless, empty shells that go there. She's a shade. Yes, she's a shade, yeah. We kind of already knew that, though. But yeah, maybe you didn't see when she was on the streets wearing the shade costumes. When she made that explosion in the part of town. But yeah, she's one, yeah. Are you telling me they really exist? No matter how you look at her, the Kira up on that witness stand doesn't look like much of a soul to me. More an empty shell, that's what I said. The girl has lost all memory of ever being a flower seller. That is all. If that's the case, then I wonder if she even remembers our run-in back at the marketplace. Say, Miss Kira, do you happen to remember me at all? No, I do not know you. I first saw you just now at the bell tower. That's not true, though. We saw you in the streets before, and you were already supposed to be dead back then. Ah, but no, who saw her? Was it Phoenix? I think it was... Yeah, I think it was Phoenix and Luke. After, and maybe Espella as well, actually. After Maya supposedly had burned already. I came to this town to summon forth the fire dragon and kill the storyteller, okay? Excuse me. Did you just say fire dragon? Yes, it was all a part of my orders. I was told to come here this evening and wait for the right moment when the storyteller would appear before the people. Only then was I supposed to shout out the incantation as loudly as possible. But with a scepter then? Oh, great beast from the inferno, heed my call, Grand Worm! By whose order? Well, that great witch, I suppose, was supposed to be the head of all the shades in the woods. They all obey our orders, so, I guess that's why? I guess that's who? I believe this bears repeating. The girl does not possess a scepter. It is impossible for her to summon any sort of magical dragon. Ah, yes, quite right, High Inquisitor. Then why are you hiding underneath the bench, Your Honor? Yes, well, it is as I thought then. She could not have cast a spell. I believe I have made it perfectly clear. The girl is not the Great Witch Bezella. Naturally, the Great Witch is... that girl there, Espella Cantabella. There can be no other. As it rained, I waited near the bell tower next to the vigilantes for my chance. Wait a second.
Hold it!
You were invisible then? Why is no one questioning that? I would if I could, Monica, believe me. They totally should. I know, I agree. Hold it right there, Miss Kira. You snuck right past the vigilantes. Yes, that's right. The girl is a witch. Therefore, something as simple as vanishing from sight is child's play. Isn't that right, witness? Yes, that is correct. Haha, I remember now. Just a few days ago, this girl used that very vanishing spell, the mirror, if memory serves. But they're gonna argue that her scepter did not have those two spells. It had the mirror and another one, didn't it? Isn't that it? Which one was the other one? The one that sets people on fire? I think. She had Demir and Ignace. Yeah, that's true. So that's what she's gonna argue about, I guess. The Inquisitor, perhaps. Well, what are you gawking at, witness? Continue with your testimony. What was that just now? I could have sworn I just saw Kira's face turn even paler than normal. if a witch is only ever capable of casting 2 spells, any given one, with her staff, then her staff does not have Grand Worm, normally. I was only there to carry out my orders. I don't know anything else outside of that. Ah, there we go. He finally asked the question, Monica. There you go. Miss Kira, who exactly gave you your orders? I cannot say. And why is that? I am not to disclose the identity of the one who has given me my orders. That in itself is an order. How convenient. I am only supposed to carry out my orders, nothing more. I do not know anything else, and besides, there is nothing more that I can really do. Nothing more she can do? But hold on just a minute, surely you are capable of using magic. You are a witch, are you not? I am not a witch. What did you just say? I cannot use magic. She can't use magic? How was she supposed to kill the storyteller then? This girl is a witch. Every person in this courtroom knows that as a matter of fact. There can be nary a doubt. Doesn't look like there's much to work with. Even though she just finished explaining everything, I still don't fully understand. But there was something on part of the testimony though. Oh man, Nick, you don't think this Kira is actually some sort of crazy magical zombie, do you? Maya, you went through the same thing as Kira. Did you become a magical zombie? Oh yeah, I guess not, huh? Luke and I couldn't believe it was Kira when we ran into her in the marketplace, yeah. I mean, we thought for sure she was a goner back at the trial. I don't think I'm far off though. This Kira is way different than the old Kira. It looks like she doesn't remember a thing. She's almost like another person entirely. But what if that's just it, Maya? What if the Kira right here, right now, is the real Kira and the old Kira wasn't? The real Kira, huh? Yeah, and that's why I think I'm bound to find something useful in her testimony. We can do this, Nick. I hope you're ready to slam on some desks because we're gonna do some serious pressing here. What if I have to press anywhere? It's here. Hold it right there, Miss Kira. You snuck right past the vigilantes. Yeah, hold on. Here? Something as simple as vanishing from sight is child's play, isn't that right, witness? That is correct. I remember now, just a few days ago, this girl... Is that... Yeah, okay, yeah, we already said that. What are you gawking at, witness? Continue with your testimony. What was that just now? There's something not right about this testimony. That's new, I think. It's just a hunch, but what should I do? Press further. Okay. Since I can't save right here, I'll do it like that. I have one simple question for you. You stated earlier in your testimony that you snuck past the vigilantes guarding the bell tower and went right inside. Tell me, did you use the spell Demir to get by them? That must certainly be the case. Had she not, she would surely have been spotted.
Objection!
But remember what she let slip just a moment or two ago. She denied being a witch and stated she cannot use magic. Ah, therefore if that's true, then you, Miss Kira, would not have been able to use the mirror at all.
Objection!
Objection! What a ridiculous argument. How else would this girl have been able to walk right into the bell tower unnoticed by the guards? Explain that.
Objection!
Disguised? I have a better idea. How about we have the witness herself explain it to you? What do you say, Miss Kira? I am not a witch. And I cannot use magic. So then, exactly how were you able to ascend the bell tower without being noticed? Someone else used the spell on her to make her invisible, no? The way the spell works is not necessarily that you use it on yourself. It was used before to make an object invisible. No, wasn't that the case in the first case? Or the second one, I should say. Causes anything the caster touches to vanish from sight. Simply chant a mirror to make it reappear. How were you able to ascend the bell tower without being noticed? Witness, amend your testimony this instant. Okay. What's going on? There's got to be another way she got in that bell tower unseen. I tell you, Dark Claw is an accomplice and she is a witch. Maybe Kira isn't indeed. There's got to be another way she got into that bell tower unseen, but other than magic, I have no idea what that could be. I was wearing the robe of invisibility, so no one was able to see me there. You mean this?
Objection!
There was in fact a robe dropped and left at the crime scene tonight. A robe? Miss Kira, that robe of invisibility that you mentioned earlier wouldn't happen to be... this one right here, would it?
Objection!
How ludicrous. You are trying to tell the court that is the robe of invisibility? If it's really a robe of invisibility, then how is it we can see it right now? Dirty white spots and all. Let me think. I have an idea. I have an idea. It's far-fetched, though. What if the flower itself was made invisible? She soaked herself in it so that she would be invisible, but then when the rain started to come down and wash away the invisible flower, the rest of the robe started to become visible, and then maybe the spell like worn out after. No, you have to cast the spell Amir after a while to make it appear. No, okay, I don't know. That's far-fetched, I know. Invisible flower. To turn a normal cloak into an invisible one. But that was my idea. How is it we can see it right now? Dirty white spots and all. Ah, well, she's kinda got a point there. Oh, hey, what if the robe actually disappears when you wear it? Give it here, Nick. Watch in wonder as Maya the Magnificent disappears before your very eyes. Okay. Nah, it's not working. So, are you amazed yet? Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe the cape was invisible, but, how did the flower get there on top anyway? Wasn't it, whatever her name is, Eclair? Yeah, Mrs. Eclair, who brought flour up there and maybe sprayed it onto the cape without really meaning to. I can't remember the full details. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I'm amazed at how totally ridiculous you look in that. Hey, what gives? This thing must be busted or something. I didn't disappear at all. That's not it. No. Tonight at the bell tower, I was wearing that robe. What did you say? Order! I said order! But how is that possible? The robe did not disappear at all just now. That's because of the white powder on it. It's usually not that dirty. Oh, you mean these spots here? Please don't tell me. Oh yeah, Patty totally unloaded an entire bag of flour onto those nights, remember? Yeah! Not to mention it was still raining when we were up there. The flour must have gotten nice and wet so it stained the robe. Say, what if we try washing the flour off? Ah! There is a small water fountain at the edge of the square. Head there right now and wash the robe so that we can get to the bottom of this. Quickly now. Summon the cloth washer. Aye, aye, Your Honor. Alright, this shouldn't be too hard. Take notes, Nick. This is how you do the laundry. See, all you have to do is throw the robe into the water like so. Wait, what? So, do you see anything, Maya? That's just it. I don't see a thing. It's disappeared. What? I frantically took a close look at the water in the fountain, but The robe had actually vanished without a trace right there inside the fountain. Defender, what is the meaning of this? How could you have lost such a vital piece of evidence? It's still there, it's just that you can't see it. Your Honor, it wasn't on purpose. Trust me, I wish I knew how it happened. I can't believe it, the robe actually disappeared from sight. I don't quite know what you're talking about. I can still see the robe just fine. Huh? Look, it's right here, see? No, Miss Kira, I really don't see, because there's nothing to see. So is that how it works? Putting the robe on makes you disappear completely from sight? But from the looks of it, only Kira is able to actually see the robe itself. It is not just me. It's all inhabitants of the Eldritch Woods. All of us can see the robe. The Eldritch Woods. Our village lies deep within the recesses of the forest in a world much different from this one. That's where I live. As long as we obey the law of the land, we are allowed to live there. I knew it. There's definitely something different about Kira compared to the rest of the townspeople here. It's not like it's cotton candy. It didn't just dissolve. Yeah, it's still in there. Just reach for it. Just because you can't see it. Seeing as only the witness can see the robe, we will cover it in flour again for the sake of visibility. Okay. But there's still one tiny thing bothering me. Miss Kira, your robe was found on the middle floor of the bell tower, the same floor where we found my client. However, you were hiding on the uppermost level of the bell tower. You testified a little while ago that you dropped your robe, but I have to wonder, what exactly were you doing there on that top floor? It would seem there is still much we must ask the witness. What say you, High Inquisitor Darklaw? Tis the Inquisition's duty to follow Milord's decision on such matters. I have no objections. Objection! Very well, witness, you are hereby ordered to continue with your testimony. Tell us what happened between your sneaking up to the top floor of the bell tower and tonight's most terrible crime. Yes, okay. I was waiting on the middle floor of the tower. I started to turn around, but I was too late. They attacked me from behind. There was nothing I could do. My arm was restrained and the attacker covered my mouth. As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off of my attacker. You mean the pendant? When I lost consciousness, I woke up to find myself next to the bed on the top floor of the tower. Witness, are you saying someone attacked you while you were in the bell tower? Yes, that is correct. But who? I don't know, they attacked me from behind, so I couldn't see who it was. So you were unconscious the entire time after that. That's why I was unable to complete my mission. But even if I hadn't been unconscious, I couldn't have done anything trapped high up in the belfry like that. I wonder if that weird contraption we found there was used to move Kira up to the belfry. At least I can't see any other way she could have got up there. You heard the witness. She was locked up in the belfry of the tower. In other words, she couldn't have had anything to do with tonight's event. Therefore, there is no need for this utterly useless interrogation. Objection! Yeah, you wish, right? Not so fast. The witness also testified that someone attacked her tonight. Defender, are you implying that this attacker could have been Bazilla? I cannot say for certain, Your Honor. Regardless, the defense requests we be allowed to cross-examine this witness. Request granted. Now then, Defender, you may begin your interrogation. And here's where the fun begins. Let's see if we can coax... Coax? How do you pronounce that, actually? I never wondered. Coax? Coax. I think that's what it is. Why won't Google just let me listen to it and have me watch videos of it? But I guess it's coax. Okay. Let's see if we can coax this mysterious second witch out of hiding. I was wondering about something. Yeah, this.
Objection!
Okay, that I thought so, indeed. Miss Kira, you stated that you felt yourself snap something off of your attacker. Would that thing by any chance be this right here? There's blood on it, though. Oh. That's it. I recognize that shape. That was the object I grabbed. Okay, now she's sweating. And she's doing loves me not with that flower again. What did you say? But the accused's pendant, is it not? Not quite, Your Honor. There are actually two pendants like this. The one you see here is the counterpart to Miss Cantabella's pendant. Now that you mention it, I remember. The necklace was actually very tough. It really didn't rip right off so easily. So I struggled against it, tugging and pulling at it for a bit, and I must have scratched their neck in the process. Wait a second, you mean you scratched your attacker's neck? I think so, but I don't know for sure. Nick, in that case... that means the dark stuff on the necklace could be... yeah, it could be the attacker's blood. But is Espela injured? As the court can clearly see, there are still traces of blood left on the necklace itself. However, take one good look at my client and you'll notice there are no visible scars or cuts of any kind around her neck. Ergo, there is no way Miss Cantabella could be Miss Kira's attacker. Nice try, Defender, but I must stop you right there. Huh? Have you already forgotten what I told you? The Great Witch can use any spell in existence. She could have easily healed any such wound in the blink of an eye. Grrr. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I already miss Inquisitor Barnum. Man, we really can't catch a break on this one, huh, Nick? Let us resume the interrogation. Witness, continue with your testimony. As I struggled to get away, I think I managed to pull something off of my attacker. That's when I lost consciousness. I woke up to find myself next to the bell on the top floor of the tower. You lost consciousness? They attacked me from behind. There was nothing I could do. My arm was restrained. The attacker covered my mouth.
Hold it!
Was the person male or female, or are you not sure? I don't remember much. But I do know the person easily overpowered me. I remember they grabbed my left wrist. Uh-huh. I tried to scream, but they quickly covered my mouth before I had a chance. I desperately tried to break their hold, but it was no good. It sounds like the attacker managed to restrict our movements from behind. Still saying that. There's definitely something not right here. Something about her testimony just doesn't add up. Yeah, something about it is a tiny bit different from what we've heard so far. I think it'd be a good idea to check the court record again, Nick. Yeah, if they were holding you, restraining you, how did you rip them off? Rip it off?
Objection!
Miss Kira, there's something a little strange about your testimony just now, wouldn't you say? Huh? You stated that you were attacked from behind and that the attacker grabbed you by the wrist, correct? Yes, that's right. Assuming that was in fact the case, then I'd say no matter how much you struggled, there's no way you would have been able to yank off this pendant, don't you think? Huh? The strap on this pendant is too short. There's no way you could have reached behind you and managed to pull it off. That is a good point. Miss Kira, the only way you would have been able to yank this pendant off of your attacker is if they were standing directly in front of you. No! Order! Order, I say! Witness, is this true?
Objection!
The witness was the victim of a physical attack. It's only natural that she'd be a bit confused on some of the details.
Objection!
Hi, Inquisitor. I wouldn't exactly call mistaking the location of your attacker being a bit confused. I'd call it more of a bare-faced lie. I can't read, excuse me. Well now, Defender, I see you are as pathetically short-sighted as ever. Your argument is only valid assuming that this girl here actually saw her attacker. If she was not able to see this person, well, I'd say it would make no difference where they were standing. Then that means the attacker was also wearing one of these robes? That is impossible, my lord. As the witness already stated earlier, only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see these robes. In short, the attacker must have been a witch and must have disappeared from sight with the use of magic. You must mean the Great Witch Bazilla. There is one more thing proving the attacker to be a witch, and just what might that be? The witness has stated that she lost consciousness. If you take a look in the Grand Grimoire, you will notice a spell called Faintfall. Witness, allow me to ask you, did you hear the incantation of the spell? Well, you seem to know a lot about magic, don't you? Now that you mention it, I do remember hearing something like that. Say what? Ah, here it is. Faintfall causes those who hear the incantation to lose all consciousness. We must not forget. The Great Witch can use any and all magic at will. The spell Faintfall has been bookmarked in the Grand Grimoire. Causes those who hear the incantation to lose all consciousness. Witness, amend your testimony to reflect this important piece of information. Yes, right away. Oh boy, I can't believe she managed to get out of that one. It would make sense why she feels under so much stress and she's like sweating and everything. If she got her orders from Darklaw, if Darklaw is the Great Witch living in the woods, that would explain a lot. Can't believe she managed to get out of that one. But still, I'm not about to give up. I'm not about to give up just yet. Excuse me. I'll keep on going until we finally get to the bottom of who this attacker really is. Now then, let us continue with the interrogation. Pull something off of my attacker. But if you were unconscious, how could you do it?
Objection!
Miss Kira, I have watched you at that witness stand this entire trial, desperately trying to keep something hidden from the rest of the court. She keeps glancing towards her, too. I wonder if you're familiar with the saying, a lie begets more lies. It means multiple lies are bound to unravel and leave your story with more holes than Swiss cheese. Get to the point, Defender. According to the Grand Grimoire, Faintfall causes a person to lose all consciousness. It's written here in black and white. Its effect takes hold the second the incantation is heard. Ah! Miss Kira, you testified as follows. You heard the incantation for Faintfall and immediately became aware of the presence of your attacker. You then put up a fight. But if you really did hear that incantation, there's no way you would have been able to yank that pendant from your assailant. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? The meaning is that Miss Kira didn't actually hear the incantation like she claims she did. But then why? Why on earth was this girl unconscious? Kira was definitely knocked out by whoever attacked her, and when she woke up she found herself up on the top floor of the bell tower. All someone would have to do is utter the incantation and then just hit her on the head or something. I mean, there are more ways to put someone out, to knock someone unconscious. You could just hit them on the head or something. She was rendered unconscious by something other than magic. The answer here is obvious. Something other than magic must have knocked her out. And what, may I ask, makes you so certain of that? Is it not possible that another spell could have been used? That's just not possible. You of all people should know that. What? Miss Kira's claim that she heard someone say the incantation is completely false. Even so, that wouldn't be too much of a problem if she actually had heard an incantation. That's right. However, going by her testimony, that can't have been the case. The only spell capable of making someone lose consciousness is Faintfall. Isn't that right, High Inquisitor Darklaw? Defender, are you claiming there is another way besides magic that could have been used to render Miss Kira unconscious? No, of course not. There are no other possible way, after all. There's only one other thing that crossed my mind. I'm speaking, of course, about sleeping medicine. Ah, you mean like the one used to put the Duke to sleep? If you remember, Miss Kira stated that the attacker covered her mouth before she could scream. In doing that, the attacker was able to administer a potent sleep medicine, thus putting Miss Kira out like a light. Indeed, that does make sense. Therefore, Your Honor, the attacker did not necessarily have to be Bazilla. You know, there was something about how Darklaw has her hair that reminded me of something. It's Anya. Anya? Who is Anya? Again. Anya. Who is Anya?
Objection!
Hold it right there, Defender. They managed to sneak past the guards and make their way up into the bell tower. Spy X family? I don't know that. I'm afraid. Please don't hate me. I don't know that. Or at least I don't think I do. Hold it right there, Defender. They managed to sneak past the guards and make their way up into the bell tower. Clearly they must have used magic to appear invisible.
Objection!
You don't need magic to make yourself disappear, High Inquisitor. Throw this on and getting past those guards at the tower is a piece of cake. The robe of invisibility! Hello, Sane Dreamer. Darklaw is a great fucking waifu. Despite all that, there is still one glaring problem. Miss Kira, yes? You admitted to the court earlier that you were attacked from the front, correct? If that's the case, then there's only one possible conclusion we can draw. You, Miss Kira, were entirely capable of seeing your attacker's face. She's hot. Why is that? I didn't... It's simple. You even said it yourself. Only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see this robe. Ah, thank you. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. But now that you say it, though, I can definitely see the two little things in her hair, though. Yeah, there's a resemblance indeed. We're about to see her again, I think. There is a piece of this puzzle only you could possibly know. Okay, excuse me. Only you can tell us the identity of the person who entered the bell tower and attacked you tonight. Yeah, it does look similar. You're right. I can't tell you. No matter what happens. I just can't tell you no matter what. You see, everyone, this witness has been covering up for someone from the very start of this trial. What? I saw someone on your Discord talk about the Spy X Family game that was announced in E3. Ah, that's possible. But I mean, I'm not familiar with the show that it's based on, if it is indeed based on a show. But I must not have remembered the name, though. Because the answer is staring us right in the face. Gigachat Phoenix going for the throat. I'm speaking, of course, about the true identity of Miss Kira's attacker. All the clues so far point to this one person. Defender, I take it you are prepared to prove such a serious accusation. I am. Alright, it looks like it all comes down to this. Now we'll finally see who's been pulling the strings this whole time. Pull the strings! Very well, Defender, tell the court. Who was the one responsible for attacking the witness and locking her up on the top of the floor of the bell tower? Dark Claw! Dark Claw! I mean, I think, right? Or, no, it's the cat, actually. I mean, that would actually be funny. But anyway, okay.
Take that!
I say it's her. The answer is obvious, Your Honor. It was you! High Inquisitor Darklaw. What? Don't care if you're a waifu or anything. Order! Order! Order in the court! Inconceivable! There is no way! I must say, Defender, your courage is impressive, however reckless you may be. Accusing a High Inquisitor is no small feat, I assure you. Don't be accusing my waifu now, how dare you! She's a witch! However, with serious accusations come serious consequences. One small misstep, and I will personally see that you never set foot in this courtroom ever again. Mark my words, Defender. I understand. My, how confident. Let us see if that confidence of yours is well justified. Miss Kira's attacker drugged her with sleep medicine. It likely took no more than a few seconds for her to lose consciousness. The medicine must have been very potent. Waifu or not, a witch is a witch. She has to burn. True. After all, its effects appear somewhat similar to magic. There is only one person I can think of in all of Labyrinthia who could supply you with that kind of medicine. Sir Newton Belduke. Newton. Defender, you are aware that Sir Belduke has been deceased for over 3 months now, are you not? Yeah, but you confiscated all of the stuff that was in his laboratory, though. That's a fact I'm well aware of, believe me. While he was still alive, Sir Belduke provided the citizens of this town with a variety of medicines for whatever ailed them. But it wasn't all just medicine. He also created some very dangerous concoctions. That's why, after he passed away, all of his medicines and creations were confiscated by you. Confiscated? Inquisitor Barnum said as much in the last witch trial. Yeah. The victim was an alchemist after all. We were hoping the items confiscated from his study could provide some clues. Black text on a background like that is not super readable, Capcom, I'm just saying. Besides, such things must not fall into the wrong hands. It may not be standard practice, but it was deemed necessary. The confiscated goods are stored in our secret vault. The only person with access to them is the High Inquisitor, Lady Darklaw. That might be a quirk of the emulation, though, if it's not easy to read.
Objection!
So because I have access to the medicine, I must be the one that used it? Is that what you are getting at, Defender? That's right. Unfortunately for you, I would hardly call that proof. You said it yourself. Sir Belduke concocted a plethora of dangerous medicines in his efforts to assist the people of the town. He was well known for this fact, a fact that he no doubt was none too pleased with. As such, it is highly likely that those same dangerous substances are still scattered throughout the town. And therefore, Defender, it is entirely possible that the culprit was able to get their hands on such dangerous medicine. Indeed. Long as Sir Belduc's medicine played an active part in maintaining the health of this town's citizens. There is plenty of reason to believe some of his more dangerous medicines still remain within Labyrinthia. A piece of advice, Defender. The next time you speak in court, I recommend you try procuring some real evidence before spouting such idiotic accusations. Darklaw's outfit is second to none. She's fucking badass. She reminds me a little bit of, Franziska von Karma, though. A little bit with her outfit. But hers is definitely better, though. I'm not arguing that point. If you fail to do so, your next words will be uttered to the flames. Figures. I knew she wouldn't take that argument sitting down. Both High Inquisitor Darklaw and Inquisitor Barnum are the very harbingers of justice within Labyrinthia. Raising such an accusation against either one of them without valid reason will result in the most severe of punishments. What does he mean by the most severe of punishments? I think the judge is saying that if I don't start making a case, we're gonna be paying Sir Belduc a visit real soon. Don't be shit-talking my girl Franziska now. I'm not shit-talking her, I'm only saying that Darklaw's outfit is a little bit better. Out of the two, I'm saying it's the better one, but that Franziska has a good one too. I'm pretty sure I should be able to do that much. High Inquisitor Darklaw is the attacker, and the one thing that proves it is her. The defense believes there is one clue here linking High Inquisitor Darklaw to the crime. Well, she would have scratched marks on her neck, no? High Inquisitor! Darklaw needs a weapon, though, to make up for the whip. Well, don't they have swords? I mean, if she is a High Inquisitor, a Knight of the Law, shouldn't she have a sword? I think you can see it, actually. No one can beat Edgeworth's outfit. Yeah, she has a sword. You can see it at her belt. She's carrying it right now. On me? As she's holding her neck, that's it. I must admit, I do not know where you are going with this, Defender, but please point out this clue to the court. Indeed, Edgeworth is the best boy in the franchise for a reason. Yeah, see, she has a sword. Wait, what? Wait, that's a glitch. That's a glitch of the emulator. She's actually Barnum. That's what she's been all along. That's a glitch, though. But that's a shame, though. It's a glitch, but it's a funny one. Okay,
Got it!
but it's the neck area anyway. That was funny, though. She's a doppelganger. But I've got no other way to stream this game but to stream it on an emulator. Anyway, oh well. I'm dying. No, please don't, Monica, please don't die. The High Inquisitor's neck, you don't mean. Miss Kira yanked this pendant off of her attacker's neck. Take a look at the necklace, it still has a bit of blood left on it. Whoa, hey, Panda, how's it going? According to her earlier testimony, when Miss Kira pulled at the necklace, it's just too hilarious. She supposedly felt herself scratch the attacker's neck. Good thing the Apollo trilogy will release on PC. Emulation is flawed. True, yeah. Well, I mean, if you play it on Android, it's fine. If you emulate the Android version, it's okay because that's what I did. At least for the two from the 3DS. But this one, however, will not be released on any compilation, so it will still require emulation, I'm afraid. She supposedly felt herself scratch the attacker's neck. Is that correct, Miss Kira? Yes. As the court can see, Darklaw is in fact Barnum. Therefore, the attacker should still have a mark on their neck from having been scratched. Oh. Would you mind letting the court take a look at your neck, High Inquisitor Darklaw? I'm pretty sure that underneath that high collar we'll find exactly the mark we're looking for. Unless, of course, you were able to get rid of it with magic. I mean, she's called Darklaw. Got the day off, get to enjoy some Rudy. Objection! Yay! Most impressive. What's your job at the moment, Panda, if you don't mind me asking? Because you've been changing quite a few times, haven't you? I have to say, Defender, you've managed to finally hone that dull blade of yours into something of use. You are correct. There is, in fact, a mark on my neck that I did receive tonight. What? What? Lady Darklaw, what is the meaning of this? Does that mean Lady Darklaw is... She's got that smug look on her face, though. The Great Witch? Server at a restaurant at the moment? Ah, okay. Your Honor. Oh, yes, I see you're still here, Defender. For the last 4 months? Okay. Your Honor, I know you're shocked and everything, but come on, work with me here. Your Honor, the defense would like to call High Inquisitor Darklaw to the witness stand. How is she gonna object from the witness stand? What did you just say? It's quite clear that the High Inquisitor has some connection to what transpired tonight. Lady Darklaw is not the Great Witch. She's the baddest bitch. There is a chance that she used her position of authority as High Inquisitor to frame my client as the Great Witch. But never in all my years as judge of this court has an Inquisitor been asked to take the stand in the middle of a trial. Well, we're going to have to make some history here if we're finally going to find the truth, Your Honor. Even so, this trial cannot continue any further without an Inquisitor. Bottom! 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 Hey, in that case, how about you get Inquisitor Bottom remains incarcerated in the underground dungeons for the crime of treason against the storyteller. I don't think he will be able to make it to this party. No way! Most regrettable, Defender. This whole thing is hopeless. Unless High Inquisitor Darklaw takes to the witness stand, Espella will be done for and the truth along with her. Whenever Phoenix is involved, history is made. She got you. But on the other hand, without an Inquisitor on the other side, the trial can't continue and the outcome would end up the same. Summon Edgeworth! With a magic spell. What should I do?
Hold it.
Hold it. No! That was the feeblest hold it ever! Layton!
I believe I can fill that role.
Professor, wait, what are you saying?
You need to
I can prove, conclusively,
put
that
more
Estella
oomph into it.
Cantabella is, in fact, the Great Witch Bezella.
What are you doing?
Now, Mr.
Awesome.
Wright, the time has come at last to settle this once and for all.
Layton is a Giga Chad.
We'd been waiting for the professor to show up. If there was anyone who could find some decisive evidence to win this thing, it was him. However, he ended up standing behind the Inquisitor's bench. The professor wasn't on our side here. I had to wonder, what the heck was going to happen?
He was waiting for this. Well, as long as he's on our side. Oh, final chapter? Is that it? Chapter 9. Or so it was. I got Yani Yogi vibes from Layton.
What are you doing?
Or Yami Yugi? No, that's something else then. What is that? Yami Yugi. From Yu-Gi-Oh?
What am I doing, Mr. Wright?
Because there's a character called Yanni Yogi in Phoenix Wright. You're currently playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I streamed that a while ago, actually. Both games. This one was the final Layton and the final Phoenix Wright game that I had not streamed yet, so... The Pharaoh from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I see what you mean. And sorry, I just imagined Edgeworth driving up in his fancy car and going, "It's been a while, Mr. Wright." Yeah, that would have been fucking awesome. What am I doing, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, you were supposed to show up with some decisive evidence and save the day, Professor.
I'm afraid my only concern here is the truth.
The truth?
The truth behind the real identity of the Great Witch, Espella Cantabella. If seeking the truth requires us to stand on opposite sides of the courtroom, then so be it. I expect you to defend Miss Cantabella with everything you've got, Mr. Wright.
Edgeworth in his red sports convertible car, yeah. Exactly. Are you prepared, High Inquisitor? So long as I remain on the witness stand, I am no longer High Inquisitor. Simply Darklaw will suffice. Miss Darklaw, I'd like to just confirm something. A moment ago, we established that you were in fact present at the bell tower during the time of the incident. That makes a total of 3 people at the scene. It would appear that was the case. However, you managed to stay hidden from 10 different guards. With the help of this right here, but I thought Kira was the one who used it. The robe of invisibility? In other words, there is every reason to be suspicious of your actions tonight. Lady Darklaw, while I cannot believe you would deceive us in such a way, I ask that you tell the court what happened at the time of the incident. Very well. What happened the night? The town square was to be the parade's final stop. I patrolled the perimeter to ensure nothing was amiss. As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye. I went inside to investigate. I had my own reasons for not allowing any of those vigilantes to see me. I climbed the stairs up the bell tower and saw an intruder inside with their back turned. I proceeded to apprehend them. You apprehended the intruder? While I hold the position of High Inquisitor, there are often times when I must partake in various secret tasks unbeknownst to the citizens of Labyrinthia. One of those tasks being ensuring the security of the storyteller. Security. As such, there is nothing odd nor suspicious about my actions tonight. I see. Defender, you may now begin your interrogation. The touch screen was showing Barnum just now. Another glitch. Town Square has to be the parade's final stop. I patrolled the perimeter to ensure nothing was amiss. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should restart the game to avoid any more of those glitches. Hold on, I'll try that. I mean, as funny as it is, it's still not the intended way that the game is supposed to be presented, so... Emulation, stop. Okay, and then I boot it again, and then full screen. I told you, she really is Barnum. Continue, special court. Remember how the professor was supposed to show up with this decisive evidence? Well, nope, he's actually now an Inquisitor. We had Darklaw on the ropes. I mean, we totally drop-kicked our argument into space. We just needed a bit more. But then the professor burst in, saying that he would be able to prove Espella is really the Great Witch. There's no way we can give up now, but what do you do when you're up against someone like the professor? Where is Luke, by the way? Is he gonna come in with the right piece of evidence at the right time? Okay. Bam, bam, bam. The town square was to be the parade's final stop. I patrolled the perimeter to ensure nothing was amiss. As I passed by the bell tower, a pair of small footprints leading inside caught my eye. I went inside to investigate.
Hold it!
Okay. Those must have been Miss Kira's footsteps from when she snuck into the bell tower, right? Indeed, the ground outside was quite muddy after the rain, so our footprints were easily visible. Right, according to the vigilante's testimony, they thought the footprints looked like Foxy's, but it turned out they weren't hers. Okay. That's right, her footprint would have contained the mark where her stiletto had been. But the footprints I saw at the bell tower contained no heel mark at all. And you stepped inside those footprints on your way up the stairs so as to not leave your own and risk being detected, correct? Exactly. At that time, my main task was to ensure the safety of the town square. That still seems like very implausible, sorry. I mean, you've got Stiletto going up the stairs, then Kira going up the stairs too, but being careful to step on each of the footprints that were already on the stairs, and then she did the same thing. Like 3 people going up the stairs and only 1 set of footprints, come on. It's way too far-fetched. At that time, my main task was to ensure the safety of the town square. In doing so, it was of the utmost importance that no one knew of my presence there. Had the townspeople noticed your presence there, it would undoubtedly have raised some suspicion. Indeed, so naturally, that is why I did not wish to be noticed by the vigilantes. Therefore, it was imperative that I mask any traces of my being there, even if it meant utilizing another's footprints. I see. A clever tactic worthy of the High Inquisitor herself. She kinda tampered with evidence, though. Isn't there anything off about her testimony just now? I don't know. Is there? I don't know, there's something very wrong. It's complete bullshit, is what it's wrong. I don't know. Miss Darklaw, I just noticed something in your testimony that's very relevant to the case. Hold on a minute, before I go on. I want to confirm something. They were muddy? Is that what we're getting at? Her feet are bigger? Well, I would imagine that they would have to be, yeah. Or maybe they're just saying that Kira has abnormally large feet. Which might not be the nicest thing to do, but, well. Oh, oops, excuse me. It's my Discord, oops. Wrong screen. Yeah, I wanted to check something. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. The defense requests you amend your testimony. You just can't help letting that ridiculous imagination of yours run wild, can you? The Inquisition has no objections. Very well, the witness will amend her testimony. And they're just allowing him to stand as a prosecutor. There was no heel on the footprints, so as I ascended the stairs, I was careful to match my footsteps to them as far as possible. I don't know, I'm not sure about this.
Objection!
What I have here is a sketch of the footprints left at the bell tower. So tell me, Miss Darklaw, are these your footprints in the sketch? It would appear so. I would never mean to offend the hard work of Labyrinthia's vigilantes, but tonight's task was mine and mine alone. Okay, when you put it that way, I can't help but notice a contradiction. What did you say? Hey, don't eat my head off. I'm only doing my job. Miss Darkclaw, you stated the following. When you climbed the stairs, the footprints had no heel, so you tried to match your footsteps to them as far as possible. However, if you look at the actual footprints that were left behind, you can clearly see that not only is the heel present, but so is the entire foot. If you are trying so hard to step on the footprints already there, then the footprints in this sketch shouldn't have heel marks. That's what it is. Is there a reason for a cat ears? I don't know. I don't know. Do we still have that other thing, by the way? No, not here. Unless... the photo. I can't take a closer look at it. It's just kawaii. I can't take a better look at it. She's Anya. Apparently. Okay. Save again, I guess. That is very true, although I do not think such a small detail is of much importance in the long run. I agree it's a small detail, Your Honor, but that's not all I noticed. There was something very telling about Miss Darklaw's testimony. Telling, you say? She stated that she stepped onto the footprints that were already at the scene in order to disguise her presence. Now there's something strange there, specifically, why were these footprints left at the crime scene in the first place? Yours is superhuman.
Objection!
Mr. Wright. Yes, Professor? Tell me, can you show the court why this seemingly minor detail is odd? I can't exactly do that at the moment. Who can say whether or not these footprints are indeed worthy of concern? And if it is an issue, then what exactly are the implications? That above all is what you must answer, Mr. Wright. I do not believe you can assert that this is a blatant contradiction at this time. There he goes again, flexing that amazing brain of his. What is it, Miss Kira? Oh, it's nothing really. What the heck was that about? It looked like Kira definitely had something she wanted to say just now. It would appear the witness has nothing to add. Lady Darkclaw, would you please continue with your testimony? But I was almost there. Of course. Anyway, Darkclaw shouldn't be able to explain her way out of trouble much longer. There's got to be something more to those footprints, but what?
Hold it!
And what were those reasons? They relate to protecting the storyteller. It was something I was to carry out at that particular time. Flexing that amazing brain of his, that almost sounds like something someone with a crush would say. Look them up if you like, Monica. There are probably some yaoi out there somewhere of those two. But that would be heresy, though. You know you can't go against the Wright Edgeworth ship. You can't. That's heresy. That's heresy. Don't. Do whatever you want, but you probably shouldn't. There is no going back after you've done that. They relate to protecting the storyteller. It was something I was to carry out at that particular time. Did it perhaps have something to do with that? What was already decided upon in the story? The storyteller's word is absolute. Therefore, any and all those who make an attempt to alter his will must be dealt with immediately. There can only be one who can be with Phoenix. That's what I thought. I told you I would die on that hill. Yeah, you did. I know. I remember. Excuse me, Miss Kira. Witness! Ah, yes! Figures, she really doesn't remember her own name. You seem to be deep in thought about something. Did you remember anything regarding the High Inquisitor's testimony? No, I'm sorry, nothing in particular. It's just, I'm a little disappointed in myself. Disappointed. I traveled all the way here to Labyrinthia in order to fulfill my mission, but all I managed to do was fail and end up being captured. Regardless of your own failure, Miss Kira, the storyteller did die as was foretold, did he not? Tonight, as the rain came pouring down over the town, I arrived at my designated location. Naturally, the bell tower was surrounded by guards on patrol, 10 to be exact. I was very nervous. She must be talking about the vigilantes. Just relax, you'll be fine so long as you're wearing this robe, I kept telling myself. Little did I know I was wrong. But none of this would have happened if I was just a little bit more careful. But Layton, you know the truth, though. Enough. I would be thinking more about atoning for your past crimes and less about what could have been if I were you. Is there anything wrong with Kira's testimony? Nothing's wrong. There's something odd. Well, there is something odd in my opinion. He knows the truth, but somehow he chooses to not reveal it yet, so I don't know. I guess we're about to find out why he does that. You were thinking to yourself that so long as you had your robe on, you would be fine. Yes, that's right, I was. So basically, you were wearing the robe the whole time you were on the top floor of the bell tower, is that right? Yes, I had it on the entire time. But then, she said she was wearing it, Dark Claw. That is until I was attacked, then my robe was ripped off by the wind. Miss Kira, this is the first time we've heard any mention of this information. Is that so? I think I must have forgotten. Your Honor, perhaps we should update this piece of evidence in the court record. Right you are. Okay. Visible only... Invisibility robe worn by Kira when she was attacked. Okay, yeah, that's the thing that changed, perhaps. And it's visible only to Eldritch Wood's residents. If it's visible only to them, how did Darklaw see it? That's what we're supposed to say, I think. Or to point out, I should say. She is a resident of Eldritch Woods, then. She has to be. Looks like that's all we're getting out of her for now. You know, if Darklaw was just going into the bell tower to arrest some intruder, then I wonder why she didn't just come out and say that to begin with. Simple, that information was on strictly need-to-know basis. Need-to-know basis, huh? That sort of secrecy is pretty common, but usually they've got that to have a reason for not disclosing the information to begin with. Darklaw was hiding this information for a reason, that's why we need to find out exactly what she was doing in that tower. I've got to get to her to tell us. Hey Nick, is it me or do you feel like we're being watched? Yeah, tell me about it. I wonder what's up with the professor. Something must have happened. There is no way he'd turn on us like this. The professor has been very quiet so far. But surely you must have noticed there's something that just doesn't add up with Darklaw's testimony. Anyway, there's bound to be something in this testimony that we can use. We just have to make sure we calm this thing from top to bottom for any contradictions. That's right.
Objection!
Who do we ship with Maya? Well, me, I would have said Phoenix, but apparently he's already taken. So, I don't know. Not Gumshoe, because he already has someone. I don't wish Larry butts on Maya. Poor Maya. I don't wish that on her. I don't know, actually. I don't know. So the person you saw when you entered the bell tower was actually Miss Kira. The only problem with that is that it would have been impossible. No one yet, I guess. She's too young. She's still got time. What are you talking about, Defender? Miss Kira, or should I say the witness, stated that while she was waiting on the upper floor of the tower, she was wearing her invisibility robe. Therefore, there's no way Miss Darklaw would have been able to see the witness. You're quite right. Anyone wearing this robe becomes invisible. Right, but there is just one particular group that can see anyone dressed in this robe. And who is that exactly? Residents of Eldritch Woods. Only residents of the Eldritch Woods are able to see the robe. Yep, that's it. If you're from the Eldritch Woods, then you'll have absolutely no problem seeing this thing.
Objection!
So what are you saying, Mr. Wright? Is that Miss Darklaw here? Is that Miss Darklaw here actually hails from the Eldritch Woods? Is that correct? And that she knew this girl prior to tonight? That's right, Professor. What is this? Well, it's the only way that she could have seen her. A most impressive display, Mr. Wright. However, there is one detail that you appear to have overlooked. Something I overlooked? You say Miss Darklaw, so something she should not have been able to see. However, the truth is that there is one other possibility as to what occurred tonight. Did he just say what I think he said? It's rather easy to work out. Quite simply, the witness was not wearing the robe in the first place. What are you talking about, Inquisitor? We must weigh her. If she weighs the same as a duck, then she must be a witch. Exactly. She's a witch! Burn the witch! This witness has proven our memory of tonight's events to be quite unreliable. Yeah, I said I would watch it again, but sadly I did not have time the other day. Actually, I ended up watching so much Salad Fingers that I completely forgot about watching Monty Python's Holy Grail. This witness has proven her memory of tonight's events to be quite unreliable. Layton is a good opponent. I believe that by the time she climbed the bell tower, she had in fact already removed her robe. What? This as you say, Inquisitor. As you can see, Defender, your assertion is mere speculation, at best. Your little witness here has been lying to the court the entire time. It's as simple as that. Salad Fingers does kinda get you hooked. Well, I wanted to know what weird things they were gonna do next, I have to admit. It's like I said, it's disturbing, but fascinating. That's enough. Miss Kira? Lady Darklaw, how could you? How could you simply abandon us? How could you betray us? Betray? Witness, what is the meaning of this? Lady Darklaw, you are the mistress of the Eldritch Woods. You are the one responsible for handing us our tasks. What? This wretched girl is nothing more than a detestable spawn of magic. Her words cannot be taken seriously. People of Labyrinthia, I ask you, what am I if not a loyal daughter of this fair town? No, you're lying, Lady Darklaw. When I was waiting up there at the top of the bell tower, I was most certainly wearing that robe. Lady Darklaw, you were also wearing a similar robe, were you not? Don't you remember? What nonsense. I haven't a clue what you're babbling about. I simply managed to sneak right by those makeshift guards. Makeshift guards. It was not the most demanding of tasks for someone like me. Yes, you're right, that would be true. If you'd been sneaking around by yourself... By yourself? Explain yourself. Enough. Listen to me and listen well. Continue as you are, and I will see to it that this court be the last place in which you ever set foot. It matters not, the end is already nigh. After the events of today, I shouldn't even be here right now. Miss Kira, you're saying that Miss Darklaw was not by herself at the time of the incident tonight? That's right. Wait, what? Excuse me. Nose getting, itchy again. Lady Darklaw was wearing the invisibility robe, and underneath that robe was a young girl passed out on her back. What? A girl? Could that be? Yes, it was the very same girl imprisoned inside that cage up there. You mean Espella Cantabella? Bum 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 bum. Order! Order! So the accused was carried out of the bell tower? Milord, there is nothing left for me to say. 'Tis the word of the High Inquisitor versus that of a witch. Tell me, who would you sooner believe?
Objection.
Miss Darklaw, you of all people should be aware that this isn't a matter of believing or not believing. I'm afraid those are words that carry no meaning here. The only thing that carries any meaning here within the courtroom is evidence. Don't you agree, Mr. Wright? Yes, absolutely, Professor. Well now, things are beginning to heat up a little, are they not? Because you're getting closer and closer to those flames! Burn the witch! Fine, tell me, Defender, have you the means to prove this assertion? Do you actually think you can prove that I, the High Inquisitor of Labyrinthia, carried the accused into the bell tower? From the looks of it, Miss Kira was supposed to keep quiet about Darklaw's little secret, but she couldn't deal with all of Darklaw's denials and finally found the guts to chime in. I can't let Kira's efforts go to waste. I don't care what stands in my way. I'm going to find the truth. Your Honor, the defense wishes to present evidence proving that Miss Darklaw did in fact carry my client up the tower. I'm not sure. What evidence is this? Okay, hold on. Which one? I'm not entirely sure. Or is it on the... in the image? No. Okay, that's not it. It can't be. I don't see what that would help. Well, she's wearing the robe in that picture. Invisibility robe worn by Kira when she was attacked, visible only to Elwitchwood's residence. But that's not proof though, but it's the only evidence that has some semblance of something to do with it. And just what, may I ask, is that supposed to mean, Defender? Say what? It pains me to say this, but it seems I may have overestimated you. Ah, well, okay, that was wrong. Okay, go back. Or is it, can you present a profile? Ah. Was with her at the time of the incident? No, that's not it, is it? Is she the cat? No. Is that why she has cat ears? In her hair? Okay, that's not the right piece of evidence, but I may have figured out something else by doing that. That would explain the cat ears, I guess. She's a cat lady. If she is Bezella, that would explain why she can't transform into a cat, no? Wait a second. Or is it... Well, this...
Take that!
She's a witch! There was something in your testimony just now that I'm not buying. Yeah, I'm not buying it. It's too expensive. And that's the footprints that were left at the bell tower. Did I not just finish admitting that those were my footprints? Miss Darklaw, you stated the following. There was no heel on the footprints, so as I ascended the stairs, I was careful to match my footsteps to them as far as possible. However, the reality is, the footprints pictured in the sketch actually do contain a heel. That means something must have prevented you from being able to tiptoe along the footprints that were already there. Prevented? Ah, you mean... That's right, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw, when you climbed up the bell tower tonight, were you suggesting she's a cat Eve? Because that's impossible, we saw the cat at the stand earlier. Yeah. But was it? But it was Barnum at the Inquisitor stand at the time, wasn't it? Was it in this trial? Or was it in a different one? Are you sure? That was Darklaw? Oh, okay, well. Okay, fair enough. Because they said that the cat was there too. So... Well, you must have been carrying Miss Cantabella on your back, is that correct? If you remember, it rained quite heavily tonight. That means the stairs must have been quite slippery. With your two hands occupied carrying my client, there would be no safe way for you to tiptoe up the stairs without falling. Now, because the one time I remember Eve being at the stand was when Luke asked us to interrogate her. I think? No? I know Luke was not around indeed at that time. No, okay, no, fair enough. No, it's true that Luke was not there, I think. With your two hands occupied carrying my client, there would be no safe way for you to tiptoe up the stairs without falling. That right there is the truth behind the footprints on the staircase. Okay. Lady Darklaw, you... Fine, I admit it. It is as you say, I donned the robe and made my way up the tower, but I was not alone. I carried both Espella Cantabella and her little friend up the tower with me. Ah, okay, well, the cat as well then. Little friend? That black-furred creature of hers. The thing is nary ever a second from her side. She must mean Eve. When I arrived at the top of the tower, I saw this girl already there and called out to her. I was very shocked to see the mistress show up in person like that. The girl's presence was an inconvenience, so I immediately put her to sleep. Believe it or not, it's just like you said, Defender. I used what remained of Belduke's medicine to put the girl out of the picture. And that's when Miss Kira put up a fight and pulled this pendant right off your neck, correct? That's right. I cannot fathom it. That would mean this pendant actually belongs to you, Lady Darklaw. I just have one question, Miss Darklaw. Why? Why take Espella up the bell tower? Why render her unconscious? And why go through the trouble of sneaking past the guards? What exactly was your aim in all of this? I am in no way obliged to answer that question, Defender. What? What makes you say that? Simple. None of this has any relevance to the case at hand. That is why. Miss Darklaw, you rendered the witness unconscious and locked her up at the top of the bell tower. I'd say that is more than a little relevant.
Objection.
Your Honor, if I may, the Inquisition believes the defense's question to be irrelevant to the current case. Professor, what are you saying? It would seem the defense has forgotten a very important point, namely, the point of this, Mr. Wright. Huh? The aim of this trial is to find the identity of the Great Witch Bazilla. Whether or not Miss Darklaw locked the witness at the top of the bell tower is hardly relevant to the purpose of this trial. But Lego Layton has spoken. There is one thing that is very clear. Neither Miss Darklaw nor this witness could possibly be Bazilla. What? If either one of the two were Bazilla, then there would be no need for them to have used this robe of invisibility. They cannot use any magic, therefore it is inconceivable that either of them could be the Great Witch. But they're witches all the same! A rather straightforward argument if there ever was one. At the time of the incident, there were 3 people present. Of those 3, 2 used the robe of invisibility to vanish from sight, leaving only one person, indeed Miss Cantabella. But she used it in some form because she was under it with Darklaw. With this in mind, the larger question is, who is Bazilla? Is that not obvious? The accused, Espella Cantabella, is the only possible answer. Besides, the accused's voice was heard by all the townspeople chanting the spell Grandworm.
Objection!
Not so fast. I happen to think these witnesses are extremely relevant to this trial. Did you forget about Miss Kira? She supposedly took a one-way trip into that pit of fire over there. And yet here she is in one piece, testifying that she returned in order to kill the ruler of Labyrinthia, the storyteller. Then there's Miss Darklaw, who rendered the defendant unconscious and proceeded to transport her up the bell tower. I'd say there's more than enough reason to investigate who these two really are. Only to discover that they are not in fact the Great Witch Bazilla? I'm saying there's a possibility that these two are somehow related to Bazilla. The court will now announce its thoughts on the matter. I must say what Inquisitor Layton has stated certainly does ring true. However, Lady Darklaw, I have one question I must ask you. What exactly were you hoping to accomplish here tonight? I assure you 'twas not my intent to deceive the good citizens of Labyrinthia. However, I must now reveal the truth to you all. What did she say? You don't think Lady Darklaw is in league with the witches, do you? She can't be. She was the one that saw to that other witch's demise. Lady Darklaw, are you saying that you're... That's right, my lord. I'm a shade. A shade? Lady Darklaw, will you please tell the court exactly what you mean when you say shade? Yes, of course, I grow weary of standing behind this bench. I will tell you all I can. What the heck is she trying to pull? Why testify about something that could potentially undermine your credibility? Witness testimony. Shades. Ah, my controller. Almost dropped it. What time is it, by the way? Oh, okay. It's not quite time for my dinner yet. Bum, 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 bum. Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within Labyrinthia. To them, I am known as the Great Witch. Those that are put to the flames in the witch trials become shades, who live their lives in the woods. We exist to carry out tasks given to us by our mistress, the Great Witch herself. I am not a witch, nor am I a wandering spirit. What on earth? High Inquisitor Darklaw. Do you mean to say that not only are you a witch, but that you're the Great Witch? Unbelievable, Lady Darklaw is the Great Witch. Great Witch? Doesn't that mean she's Bazilla? That's right, Lady Darklaw is Bazilla. I do hope you have not forgotten what we established only moments ago. It is not possible for Miss Darklaw to be Bazilla. But Inquisitor Layton, surely the testimony just now proves it. I am afraid that in the heat of such revelations you have all misheard the information. This is pointless. This is the extent of what the people of this town will believe. I believe the truth will become clear during our cross-examination. Don't you agree, Mr. Wright? Well, it would seem that there is like a witch in the middle, I guess. A great witch, which is not Bazilla, but not just a regular witch either. Defender, you may begin your interrogation. Okay. I'll go and get something to drink again. If you don't mind. Reading out loud is thirsty work. Okay. Okay, let's continue then. Shades live outside the realm of those who dwell within Labyrinthia. To them, I am known as a Great Witch. Great Witch? Explain the term to us. That's right. However, I am not Bezella. The mistress to those who dwell in the Eldritch Woods is dubbed the Great Witch. Even if I wanted to be Bezella, I couldn't. As the ever-so-charming Inquisitor stated earlier, I cannot use magic. You only have to not perform it in front of us for that to hold water. Miss Darklaw, I have one question. What do you mean by live outside the realm? I mean just that, Inquisitor. We truly do live in a realm separate from this town. Not now, surely one as intelligent as yourself has worked out the answer by now, no? Perhaps that remains to be seen, Miss Darklaw. Regardless, this is something we cannot discuss with anyone. But it is something that the defense should be able to prove. But she did when Layton turned to gold. She used magic? Ah, yeah, that was her. Or at least that looked like her. I guess. That almost sounds like a challenge. By the way, Miss Darklaw, since you're not actually a witch, why do you continue to be called that? To answer that, I must first discuss the true identity of the Shades. Those that are put to the flames in the witch trials become Shades, who live their lives in the woods. So you're saying that the Kira here right now is a Shade version of the Kira from before? Indeed, Defender. The girl has no recollection of her life prior to living in those woods. What manner of witchery is this? Yeah, it is witchery, so you're a witch! This girl, Kira the Flower Seller, was cast straight to the flames before our very eyes. That's right, Your Honor, but as you can see, she didn't die. You see, there's actually a trick to the incineration device in the witch's court. A trick? A trick in my courtroom? Once the verdict has been delivered, the court attendants move the steel cage into position, after which it seals shut. That implies she was burned before. I suppose so, yeah. Yep, you're right, actually. After which it seals shut. Maybe the inside is actually, insulated or something, so that the people inside won't even feel the heat. Then the cage is dropped down into a pit of fire. The bottom of the cage then opens, allowing the witch inside to escape unharmed into an underground passage. If what you're saying is true, Defender, then what of this town's witch-purging history? What has been the purpose of all this? You and the knights have indeed been ridding Labyrinthia of witches. However, Nary a single life has been taken in the process. That is the reality. But you cannot truly expect me to believe such a ridiculous notion. Your Honor, it's true. Take a good hard look. It doesn't get any more alive than this. She was waiting for this. Ah, it's you! Aya May. Aya May? Aya May? Well, it's actually Maya Fey, forgetfulness. Ah, okay, it was the judge saying it. What the heck are you doing? Everyone's gonna recognize you. Yeah, but seeing is believing, Nick. Now they have to believe you. Do you see? Are you satisfied? All those found guilty in the witch trials lose their names, magic, and memory. They are then sent to spend their lives as shades in the Eldritch Woods. And the mistress of those shades is the Great Witch. As you can see, this girl too has become a shade. She was proven to not be a witch. Yeah, there's that too, I guess. Maya did not burn after being found guilty. She burned because she tried to save Espella. So, yeah. I have no more words to express my utter disbelief at this situation. That's enough. Shall we return to the testimony? Why do I have the feeling things are going to get a lot worse? We exist to carry out tasks given to us by our mistress, the Great Witch herself. These tasks you mentioned, were you acting on them this evening? Yes, I was told to come here and become Bazilla. Wait just a moment, witness. Did you just say become Bazilla? My, how absolutely dreadful. Why would anyone be given such a terrible task? Where have these shades come from? Yeah, how do they sneak back inside the town, by the way? How do they do it? Order! Order! I'm sorry, I don't know why I was given such a task. All I can do is follow the orders I am given. The person who gave you the task is right next to you, so we should ask. If I can do that, then I can return. What do you mean you can return? Such is the nature of the shades. Neither human nor witch, theirs is an existence spent in the shadows. Each of the shades is given specific tasks. Then upon successfully completing such tasks, they are allowed to return to Labyrinthia as brand new people. But Lady Darklaw, how can they return as brand new citizens? When we already know who they were. For instance, we all recognize the former flower seller standing before us. Now that, my lord, remains a secret, but a secret you will come to understand sooner rather than later. You mean like reincarnation or something? Simply baffling. The one who gives us our tasks is the Great Witch. That would be you, Lady Darklaw. Oh magnificent one. While this explanation is wrought with much I cannot comprehend, I request the witnesses added to their testimony. Okay. Hypnosis? I don't know. Lady Darklaw was our venerable mistress. She assigned us our tasks. She was the Great Witch. I already pressed this one, did I not?
Hold it!
You really don't have any recollection of your old flower-selling self, do you? I don't. When a witch becomes a shade, they lose all memory of their past life. They lose their memories, but why? And yet you still have some grasp of the concept of magic do you not witness? Let me spell it out for you. Magic does not exist in the Eldritch Woods. Oh, but there are actually lots of things back in the forest that I have not seen in this town. There are things there you haven't seen here. Like really huge machines, that sort of thing. There's one that spits out fire with such amazing speed and then it expels these huge plumes of grey smoke. A machine that spits fire? Never have I heard of such a thing. Are you certain that these machines of which you speak are not simply magic? You know, now that you mention it, I don't think anyone from this town can actually see those of us from the forest. He can't see you. Could it be something like that robe? How can such a thing even be possible without magic? That's it for a testimony, I guess. What you thinking, Nick? I'm thinking there's something really weird going on with Darklaw. Really, do tell. I mean, just listen to her testimony. She's more than willing to elaborate on some potentially incriminating information. I see your point. The one really trying to put an end to the story could be Darklaw herself. I guess, but still. Huh? Remember, Nick, we're here to save Espella. So let's squeeze every last bit of information we can out of Darklaw and clear Espella's name. Well, that's what I'm trying, but it's not proving very easy. You know, you could be onto something. I'd better gather as much information as possible for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Kira here now is a shade version? Yeah, we've already heard that testimony, haven't we? She has no recollection of her life prior to living in those woods. There is no doubt that this young lady did not perish after the previous trial. That's all thanks to this door on the bottom of the cage. I mean, the thing that changed as opposed to before is that Maya is now out of the disguise, so shouldn't she... To think such trickery was being used right under my beard, I truly had no idea. Boy, even the judge was clueless about this. My sincerest apologies, my lord. The only ones privy to this information were the storyteller, myself, and a handful of the shades. It was imperative this be kept a secret from the citizens of this town. If I may be frank, I must say I'm a little relieved to hear this. This is new, I think. I think we didn't have this before. I feel I carried out my role as a judge of these witch trials to the best of my ability. For that, I have no regrets. However, if this means that lives were actually being saved this entire time, then I do believe the secrets and deception were worth it. The storyteller knew? That's what she says. Indeed, my lord. Miss Darklaw, you are saying that these chambers of fire have been nothing more than mere trickery, are you not? That is correct. All those found guilty within the witches' court lose their name, their grasp of magic, and their memory. They are then sent to spend their lives as shades in the Eldritch Woods, and the mistress of those shades is the Great Witch. As you can see, this girl too has become a shade. I still cannot wrap my head around this whole situation. Now, if you don't mind, shall we get back to my testimony? Figures the judge is having one heck of a time coming to grips with all this. Did I press this one? About these tasks, can you give us any other examples? They must never be discussed with others no matter what. Okay. She says that even though she just finished telling us all about her secret task. Incidentally, do you perhaps remember when you arrived back in town to carry out your orders? Well, not really. My memory is still a little fuzzy. Say, didn't Kira only just recently become one of those shade thingies? Shade thingies. Still, I failed in my task tonight. Come to think of it, when Luke and I had our little run-in with Kira, I remember being blown clear across the marketplace, but I never saw any explosives or gunpowder. Maybe Kira was given the task of blowing you to smithereens, Nick. And we're done. Getting back to this testimony. I'm sure there's something here that just doesn't add up.
Objection.
What is it? Miss Darklaw, if I may interrupt for just a moment. What is it, Inquisitor Layton? Through your testimony just now, we have all come to understand the process of how one becomes a shade. However, I was hoping you could perhaps elaborate on one additional point. How did you become a shade? What exactly is the purpose behind the shades? Okay. If you wish to know our purpose, there are certain other things you must first understand. Once you've done that, the answer should be quite clear. Isn't that right, Defender? the purpose behind the shades, rest assured you will not get the answer from me. As the saying goes, the witch is in your court, Defender. Sounds like Darklaw is challenging me to figure this out. Challenge accepted. Okay, maybe I should save. This is a new statement.
Hold it!
Press this one. Miss Darklaw, what is the purpose of the shades? To protect your eyes from the sun. As mistress to the shades, I cannot disclose the purpose of their existence. Well then. Since Miss Darklaw is unable to tell us herself, it seems we must rely on evidence instead. Evidence, huh? I do believe the shades could have something to do with that which exists in this town but ought not to. Something that exists but shouldn't? Well, Defender, are you prepared to present evidence? What, the picture that we found? I'm prepared, Your Honor. Not quite, Your Honor. I'm prepared, Your Honor. Okay. I was born ready, Your Honor. Born in the USA. Something that exists in this town but shouldn't. I think I know what you're getting at, Professor. Defender, please present your evidence. Yes, Your Honor. The purpose of the shades could be to make sure this particular thing exists in Labyrinthia. Magic in general?
Take that!
Yeah, no, it's not the picture, yeah. Yeah, he hasn't seen it, so that couldn't have been it indeed. Something that doesn't exist. I have a feeling no one is going to like the answer I'm about to give, and it'll probably end up shaking this town to its core. But I've got to tell them the truth has to come out. Magic doesn't exist! Since I arrived here in Labyrinthia, there's been no shortage of really strange events. Yeah, that's it! They've been using machines and the like to make people believe that magic exists all this time. No? They've been using science. But magic itself doesn't exist. Excuse me, I want some candy. Ignace, Demir, Godor, Goldor, and now Granworm. It's all a hoax! The mere command of magic is in itself a crime, is it not? In this town, witches are arrested and made to participate in witch trials. They are then sentenced to death by fire. But none of those witches... Ah, crap. Okay, neither is magic. It doesn't really exist. What are you saying, Defender? The Eldritch Woods apparently contain some rather large machines, unlike anything that exists within Labyrinthia. Machines that emit fire and produce large plumes of smoke. To top it all off, the citizens of Labyrinthia are not able to see said machines. It sounds like nothing more than magic. Yes, that's exactly it, Your Honor. Miss Darklaw. Magic doesn't really exist in this town. That's the answer, isn't it? Magic does not... What utter nonsense! It seems we have finally arrived at the stunning conclusion. The secret behind Labyrinthia. What? Order! Order, I say! What is the meaning of this? It means that all of the magic you've seen in this town was nothing more than an illusion created and put into motion by the Shades. But Defender, the witches, we have clearly seen them use magic! Let us take a moment to think carefully about the systems employed by the Shades. Systems? What is essential in order for a witch to use magic? Talia Magica, and must say an incantation in order to cast a spell. And the spells able to be cast are determined by the Scepter's magic gem. Now, what do you think is the purpose of placing such requirements on the use of magic? What do you mean, purpose? These requirements are not there to allow the user to cast magic, rather the reality is that they are there to inform the shades of who should be using magic. It is possible that witches were always being closely observed by shades. That's why they donned these robes to appear hidden until they were needed to create magic. But, if the invisibility cloaks exist, aren't they magic? What system do they use for these? You say systems, but, there are all kinds of spells within this book, within this tome. Hypnosis? Yeah. It would be quite troublesome if they were simply allowed to use any spell at will. It would make the Shade's job just that much more difficult for sure. Precisely so. That is why it was imperative that a certain restriction be placed on the use of magic. Ah, you're referring to the Talia Magica, right, Professor? Of course, no wonder the scepter could contain only 2 magic gems. Then there's the incantation. What would happen if a witch could simply whisper the incantation quietly to herself, or not even say it at all? That'd be so cool. I'd be casting spells all day long and no one would ever see it coming. You can make people not see something if they truly believe it's not there. Maya, we spent an entire trial proving that you weren't a witch, remember? If the witches didn't give some sort of signal, then there would be no way for the shades to know when to cast a spell. Right you are, Mr. Wright. The incantations were a way of telling the shades when the witch was ready to use magic. What on earth? Never did I think these requirements could have such purpose. Now let's think back to the previous events leading up to today that involved magic. Our first encounter with magic was the use of the spell Ignaze a few nights ago. A spell like this was nothing more than a flame spewed from a machine being used by the shades. And that means Demir, a spell that makes the caster disappear. No doubt about it, it must have been this robe. Hey, why is my TV saying it wants to turn up in 5 minutes? I don't agree with this. Next is the incident with Goldor, the spell that transmuted me into a gold statue. While I understand this may sound a bit absurd, I can only surmise that the shades created a gold statue in my image, took me and left it in my place the instant the incantation was uttered. Professor, it's no more absurd than anything else that's happened so far. We can therefore conclude that all of the magic in Labyrinthia was created in a similar vein. What do you say to that, Miss Darklaw? I'd expect nothing less from you, Inquisitor Layton. At any given time, there were between 5 and 10 witches in town. All of the witches were accompanied by shades at all times. It was easier than you would think. You see, the shades living in the Eldritch Woods total in the hundreds. It was simply a matter of having each of the shades operate in shifts in order to watch over each of the witches within the town. Ah, shift workers. I must say, Lady Darklaw, that is quite a number of shades. It was not only those who fell victim to the flames that were turned into shades, but their victims too were made a permanent residents of the Eldritch Woods. Then, they were turned into shades. You mean Robs and Mugs? Despite their dubious appearance, those two were a couple of my best shades. Shady thieves turned into shades. This stuff writes itself. I cannot believe what I have heard. However, there is still one thing I do not understand just yet. And what would that be? As has just been explained, we have established that there is no possibility of magic being real. But replacing me with a gold statue to give the illusion of transmutation, for example, while it sounds simple enough. I myself, and presumably also Miss Faye, have no recollection of this replacement actually taking place. Hey, that's right, the professor got all blingy before I could even bat an eye. It begs the question now, how and when was that statue created, let alone used to replace me? That is true. The same goes for Godor. It's supposed to create a portal between two green-colored walls. Perhaps that is exactly why the spell can only work on green walls. What, green screening? Still, it'd be impossible for the Shades to get those portals ready so quickly. I agree, if we take a moment to think, we can see that all of these spells have one strange thing in common. A thing in common? Indeed, almost as if some time between the start and end of the incident was unaccounted for. Furthermore, any memory I might have had regarding the incident seems to have simply disappeared in the process. I've got it, Nick! It's just like what happened to Kira. She's got absolutely no memory of her life in Labyrinthia before the trial, right? Yes, I do not remember this Kira you speak of. And oh yeah, when you really think about it, doesn't it seem super weird how the Shades are able to return to town if they complete their tasks? You're right, Maya. I mean, the townsfolk are bound to remember some things about them, right? Like how Miss Kira here threw a major hissy fit in court and was barbecued for being a witch. Eloquently put, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I was actually thinking... The way he puts it is quite something. Hence, we cannot yet conclude that this entire illusion was primarily accomplished through the use of machinery. Simply put, there must have been some way of affecting the memories of all those within the confines of this town. Missing time and lost memories. Now that is interesting, Inquisitor. You are correct. There is in fact a secret that lies within the depth of the Eldritch Woods. Something that the people of this town cannot see. Something that can rob people of their time and memories. It is the very thing that connects all of what you have heard tonight. This is a secret of monumental proportions. And let me guess. This is a secret that cannot be revealed by the mistress of the Eldritch Woods, is that right? Yes, an excellent deduction, Defender. Where is Luke? Witches souls wander astray within the Eldritch Woods. Until tonight, I thought this nothing but a mere fairy tale told to children. But it has become clear that a seemingly large organization lives within that forest. On the moon! Look, Professor, a hint coin! What the fuck are you doing on the moon? Hint coin! It has become clear that a seemingly late organization lies within that forest. Large organization, what am I saying? The Witch's Court is the border between this world and the other world. Then that means, in this world you're Labyrinthia as High Inquisitor, while also being mistress to the Shades in the other world. Otherwise known as the Great Witch. May I intervene for just a moment, Mr. Wright? Sure. In all honesty, there is still something that sticks out as a little odd. I'm starting to become a bit confused, actually, particularly in Miss Darklaw's previous testimony. Did you say the previous testimony? Alright, already pushed that out of my head. There was one vital truth that we managed to take away from that testimony. Okay. You mean that magic does not truly exist in Labyrinthia? Indeed, quite the vital, albeit shocking truth. However, there is one more truth hidden within that same testimony. It means that, I don't know, there's something else in that testimony? I must have checked the court record more times than I can count, but I didn't find a single other contradiction. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Wright? When there is no evidence left, we have but one more weapon at our disposal with which to uncover the truth. Oh, hey, I've got it, Nick. Remember in a witch trial, you can cross-examine two witnesses at the same time. Hey, that's right, I completely forgot. Being able to have a look at two testimonies side by side is bound to turn up a contradiction somewhere. And that contradiction should provide us with a much-needed clue. I'm not entirely sure where the professor is going with this, but I believe in his judgment. Besides, if we're going to blow this case wide open, it's got to be worth a shot. Very well, we will now take a closer look at Lady Darklaw's previous testimony. This is it, Miss Darklaw's previous testimony. There is a glaring contradiction between this piece of testimony and the others. Ready yourself, Mr. Wright. When there's no more evidence left, it's time to pull shit out of your ass. Yeah. There is but one true purpose for the shades that dwell within the Eldritch Woods. What, this one? Is that it? Because she is a shade, so she had to have been a witch at some point?
Objection!
Okay, let's try this. Your Honor, there's obviously a huge discrepancy between those two pieces of testimony. Miss Darklaw stated that she is known as the Great Witch. However, according to Miss Kira's testimony, Miss Darklaw was her venerable mistress, the Great Witch. That is correct, she was the Great Witch. Note Miss Kira's use of the past tense. Not all shades were witches. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. Since some of them were victims too, yeah, that was established before indeed. Past tense, I am afraid my grammar is not quite what it used to be. May I ask what you mean? It's simple, Miss Darklaw was mistress of the Shades, or as they also called her, the Great Witch. Therefore, she is no longer... Yeah, she's no longer the Great Witch. She is not the Great Witch. Witness, is this true? She said you abandoned us. It is as you have heard, my lord. I relinquished my position as Great Witch in order to fulfill the objective of this task. What would that objective be again? That would be the assassination of the storyteller, Your Honor. Witness, at the beginning of this trial you stated that you came to town in order to complete your task, didn't you? What's more, you said that you were going to summon the fire dragon to do it. Now, this task, it wasn't Miss Darklaw here that gave it to you, was it? No, it wasn't. So then the most pressing question is, who was it that gave you that task? Who told you to come to Labyrinthia and assassinate the storyteller? I cannot tell you no matter what. Alright, so Darklaw isn't the Great Witch anymore. Which must mean the mastermind behind the entire thing is... it would seem the defense has worked it out as well. Mr. Wright, you know who really gave Miss Kira her task tonight, do you not? Defender, I ask that you enlighten the court. Show us who really gave this witness her task to assassinate the storyteller. When he's the one who organized his own death, so... which turned out to not be true, but... The storyteller? We're talking about someone with the authority and power to replace the Great Witch. Someone who calls the shots. I can't think of anyone else that meets those criteria. Foxy! You can't show her profile by itself, though. I know she appears in the little character portrait, but it's actually all 10 vigilantes. And I can't present all 10, I guess. Can't think of anyone else that meets those criteria, except for the storyteller himself. Preposterous, then that would mean... Exactly, Your Honor. It means that the storyteller gave this final task to Kira himself. It was all 10. He was in short responsible for his own assassination. And Shaky is the brain behind the operation. What? Order in the court! But for what purpose? Why would he plan his own assassination? That I cannot say, Your Honor. However, the final chapter of the story does tell of his inevitable death. While he assigned this task to Kira himself, it is perfectly natural that he would do so. However, what is not natural is your behavior tonight, Miss Darklaw. What was unnatural about the High Inquisitor's behavior? No way! It has to be please. That's cruel, Monica, what you're doing. It's not very nice. You know I'll be in pain and getting a fit if I try to pronounce that. You were once the head of all the shades, and yet tonight you tried to interfere with the storyteller's plan. You rendered Miss Kira unconscious and locked her away in the belfry of the bell tower. That to me seems like the activity of someone aiming to put a stop to his plan altogether. Indeed, Lady Darklaw, what would be the reason for such behavior? That's evil! I'll leave that to you, Mr. Wright. Based on what we've seen in this trial, the defense believes Miss Darklaw's reason for covering up her actions tonight can only be attributed to one thing. This plan was handed down by the storyteller himself. And Miss Darklaw was definitely aiming to put a wrench in it, but why? She tried to betray him. Because she's jealous of the attention that Espella was getting. I was Bezella. As it turns out, I was Bezella. She was aiming to betray the storyteller. Betray the storyteller? I agree, Mr. Wright. The storyteller used the Great Witch Bezella to take his own life. Instructions to carry out the plan were given to Miss Kira. However, Miss Darklaw plans to intervene and change the scenario at the very last minute. She plans to do so by changing the identity of the Great Witch from Miss Kira to Miss Cantabella. Thus bringing us to our current situation, Miss Cantabella on trial for the murder of her father at the hands of Bezella. You, Miss Darklaw, seem to harbor a rather strong hatred for the storyteller, if I am not mistaken. A hatred, you say? Yes, I suppose you could call it that. That's right. Behold, my revenge! Did you say revenge? Miss Darklaw, will you please tell the court of your plan for revenge? Never! I will never tell you! Give back the Stella! Give back the Stella! Or, the slate. No, give back the slate. Miss Darklaw, would you please tell the court of your plan for revenge? What's your offer? If you insist. The High Inquisitor and also the Great Witch. Long have I donned those two masks, one as Labyrinthia's protector, the other its harbinger of destruction. In other words, I was merely meant to serve him. Return the slab or suffer my curse. In other words, I was merely meant to serve him. And yet, he sought to selfishly pen the ending of the story under his own terms. He did not care enough about me or any of the townspeople to allow us the dignity of deciding our own fate. Okay. Indeed, what we witnessed tonight. When I was looking it up earlier, they seemed to say that that show is on Disney Plus, but maybe it varies per country. I'm not sure. You were wondering last night where to watch it, Monica. They could be on Disney Plus, I don't know. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh no, it was on Netflix at some point. Yeah, but Netflix doesn't own Marvel, and yet there are some Marvel stuff on Netflix sometimes, so do you know if they managed to come up with a contract? Why did they say... Yeah, now I can't find the info, but they were saying it earlier, so... hold on. No, never mind, okay. Yeah, that would be on HBO. Yeah, I don't have access to that here myself. Was the cowardly act of a man looking for an easy way to end that which he could not properly finish, but the Danish one doesn't have it? Okay. He cared for no one but himself, hence this sudden sham of an ending. And for that I will never forgive him. What do you mean by sham of an ending? The Great Witch Basila is to summon a dragon of fire and end the life of the creator. Because why should we get that, right? Yeah. She will then be put on trial and judged, thus heralding a period of peace and prosperity for all of Labyrinthia. Such is the ending written for this town and its people. 'Tis not an ending I oppose in principle, who would not wish a happy ending for their own people. However, the problem lies in Basila's identity. Basila's identity? As you know, he assigned the role of the Great Witch to this girl beside me. But you're saying that was a falsehood, is that correct? I knew Basila's true identity. 'Tis not something I could ever forget. That is why I went to the bell tower, and it is why I took the accused there. I did it to ensure the true witch foretold in the story was given the judgment she was due. The true witch? You don't mean... Yes, I speak of none other than Espella Cantabella.
Objection!
Miss Darklaw, there is a glaring contradiction in your statement, and what would that be? It's supposedly common knowledge that Basila is capable of using all magic. However, this is far from the truth. Magic does not actually exist in this town. It was all one giant illusion created by the Shades. Therefore, the Great Witch Basila cannot exist either. Well... Hehehe, you fool. Defender, you really don't have a clue, do you? But wait just a minute now, is the Defender not correct? If magic does not exist, then it goes without saying that witches do not exist either. And that would include the Great Witch, would it not? That's right. They've been lying to us this whole time. Dastards! Basila isn't real.
Objection.
Mr. Wright, there is a fundamental mistake in your argument. What do you mean? I have but one simple question. What exactly is Basila? Well, she's supposed to be the head of all witches. Allow me to reword the question. The Great Witch Basila is the root of all disaster within Labyrinthia. Knowing that, what specific disaster might she have been the root of? The Great Fire? I just thought of something. We've been hearing Basila's name left and right since we got here, but not once has the real Basila shown up in person. Indeed, Miss Faye, Basila herself has been virtually absent from the story thus far. But Inquisitor, did she not claim the life of the storyteller tonight? It would appear so, Your Honor. However, there is just one more thing. Consider this. Which particular story is every citizen of Labyrinthia most familiar with? Well, that would have to be... He's a concept? The legendary fire, right? Precisely. Surely you're not serious, as the name implies. That is but a mere legend. No one knows for certain if it occurred. So they say, but the reality is there are still traces of that terrible fire within the town today. The professor is right, we've even seen some of it up close and personal. Hey, yeah, the Great Archive. You are indeed correct, Inquisitor. Littered throughout the town are burnt remnants of the fire most fierce. However, no one can say for certain what transpired back then. You see, not a soul saw what actually happened. Let me see if I have this right. There's an entire town full of people and no one saw what happened? Correct, except for one particular person. What? There was one person who saw everything. I am speaking, of course, of the one responsible for the fire itself, the Great Witch Basila. Yes. I remember it. All of it. Espella, what are you saying? When I close my eyes, I can picture it so vividly. The awful sight of the flames engulfing everything they touched. The scorching heat on my skin, the smell of burning cinder all around me. The large plumes of black smoke, the warm tears streaming down my face. I remember it all. What you are recalling now is the moment the Great Witch Bezella destroyed our town. Well, it appears my role here is finished. As for the rest, I leave it in your capable hands, Inquisitor. Hold on! Hold it! Hold it! Darklaw, she just vanished into thin air. She's right, these memories are proof that I am Bezella. She's in that state again. She's been eating magic mushrooms again. But Espella, Mr. Wright. Remember, if you will, what I said at the beginning of this trial. I came here to prove that Espella Cantabella is in reality the Great Witch Bezella. Right? There is still one more thing I wish to present to the court. I would now like to call the final witness to the stand. Herself?
Hold it!
The storyteller? It would appear he has arrived. There we go, okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I give you this trial's final witness, the storyteller. Well, you know what? Cliffhanger. I'm gonna go and have dinner. What, that scared you? For real? Okay, like this. Okay. I will have to at some point, I'm afraid. Well, be sure to be back later then. I should start streaming around 7 PM, I would say. Because I still have to spend some time calling my mom, having dinner, taking a shower, washing the dishes. So, yeah. I have to get all of that out of the way, and besides, I have to finish this game today, because tomorrow is October 1st, and tomorrow is Spooktober, so that means tomorrow we have to get started on Spooktober. So there you have it. Well, I hope to see you later then. Thank you so much for watching. Take care until then, and hopefully I see all of you guys later. I'll be back in, 100 minutes. Or 7 PM for those in the same time zone as me. Anyway, see you later. Okay, take care.